Timmy 65 is live. Oh, 07.
The moving glass has been found. Report to the manager's office if you think it's yours.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Like, they're really pressing to tying things together. It looks like the departments are working in conjunction with each other. I mean, they've always have, right? But I think it's more, seems to be more focused or more organized in the sense of the expectation of what that feature is, and they're coordinating. I'm getting the impression, or it gives off the impression that they're coordinating much better because they're really on the same page. Not to say that they were not, but the execution would kind of come off in such of things would be seem a little disjointed with the deliveries or deliverables. But now I think that one example of the inventory system, there was crafting involved, or in mine. Some of it was mentioned, but then you saw visual clues, crafting, the Maelstrom system, physicalized items, um, reputation. Because if you're crafting something and it brings value, then your name or the name of that individual who crafted that item, it would have to tie into the reputation system. So you're seeing now connections and relationships. It's that holistic approach, and I think they really catch on to that, and really, I think they have something truly sustainable, because then they're able to work together and debug whatever the issue is, and that way they're able to see the full functionality of that particular feature. But that was pretty cool. It was a lot that was a lot more revealed than just the inventory system, and that's what I'm trying to bring to the point of what I was seeing. There were a lot more interconnected pieces that tells me they're working in unison. Obstructed. Very odd. Let me clear myself. Okay. Right, area 18. All right. So, while we are moving through 2026, hot knife butter. Things are moving along. Looks like we're getting down to those last bits and pieces of the year. But yeah, I saw mention that there's like 5 ships, unannounced ships that we're expecting. I don't know, man. It's scuba. I don't know, man. It's gonna be interesting. But we know the Apollo is being worked on. That's an announced ship. Perseus, um, Kraken is going into its actual production. Ironclad is being worked on. Is the Anvil ship too, the Paladin. The Paladin is being worked on, but that's not the 5. These were announced, and it was no mystery that they're being worked on. But yeah, we know John Crew mentioned the Meteor, the RSI Meteor, which is, I think that's going to be the next week since I Star Citizen. Yeah, the Meteor. Now I'm wondering, is this the interceptor? Because lately we've been hearing about interceptor ships, and that now that nav mode is kind of going away, you need some sort of pursuit ship, some that's going to kind of be the point of the spear in attacks, or it can get after a ship, and if it's running away, it can easily catch up. So I'm wondering if that will be the case with the Meteor. But then again, it could be something totally different. 07 Scuba. Totally something different. But I kind of think it's starting to point Meteor, fast. It may point towards being another interceptor ship. I don't think there's many in the game. And I think that's a point of strategy. Matter of fact, I would not be surprised if it's a mercenary ship pursuing, chasing down. And I think at some point we will hear again, and also this time see some iteration of the flight model. I think it's getting closer. Really, 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 it's getting closer. But I think also the fact that they're also utilizing the Maelstrom system. I think the buzzword is Maelstrom, physicalized, damage, repair. I think proper repair will come in game at some point. I think that's going to be a factor. But I think with the Maelstrom system assisting and helping the vehicle team solidify their processes, so it's no more of, hey, such and such ship is getting a nerf. It's more of, well, what are you doing with the ship? Captain Stogie, what's going on? It's more of a, well, I'm just grabbing some UEC right now, and then prepping up for this weekend. Basically, it's preparatory. It's no missions. I gotta get my loadouts back together for my ship for mercenary work, and I just want to move UEC, basically. Quick UEC. Oh, it's just for content. Because this weekend, I want to do some more training. Definitely do some more PvP, PvE training. And getting myself ready for what 421 patch. Man, I thought maybe it would drop today. So CIG's being precautious about it. Well, we shall see. But I think it's dialing in pretty good. I think it's dialing in pretty good. It's not a lot of issues. I things they want to fix. A lot going on with the monthly report too. Oh, PDCs. Oh, that's right. Because of all days, of course, they don't celebrate Independence Day. That's a conundrum in itself. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I think what Friday is a possibility, strong possibility for them to drop. Well, it makes sense. A lot of people in the States are home, and why not have a new patch to play? Why hold it back? Oh, Scuba, I gotta still prep up for gonna do some grill work tomorrow, man. Grilling things tomorrow. So I gotta prep up for that too. But yeah, I have this whole weekend for whatever. But I definitely got to redo my weapons loadout for my ships, fighter ships. It's just been a busy week. It's like you're coming back to relax and recover. It's kind of like you really feel it. It's like, holy smokes. But I think overall, I think they're doing pretty good with the patchwork and edge cases here and there of rework that needs to be done. But I got to try out that 4.2. I got to try out 4.2.1. And I think it is. I think one dev did mention, or it was mentioned by CIG. There's not one patch that automatically places everything in an optimized state. What happens, or what naturally occurs, is every iteration, every drop of a patch that they're working on towards optimizations, you're getting small gains here and there, small gains here and there. And what happens is, as they keep that constant flow and reiterating and optimizations going, you'll start to notice each patch gets better, 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 and then all of a sudden you come to that realization, wait a minute, it plays really, really well. The optimizations is really, really dialed in. So it's going to take them some time, but probably a little longer if you're comparing it to any other AAA game in regards to its size and mass. And I think it's always going to be a constant with them in regards to locations that's being added to the game. But I feel strongly that they could get Nyx going this year. And was there something about CitizenCon they were talking about? It was something, and I gotta pull up. I'm gonna pull up that monthly report because I thought that was interesting too. Some things they mentioned, or something. Well, as I stated, we didn't hear a lot from Benoit, but I think that monthly report pretty much let you know he is working towards dynamic server meshing and a lot of other things as well. But I think he's really getting into the meat and potatoes of what's going on behind the scenes of the data. And I think he's going to really dial it up, dial it in, and really get it going. A great opportunity for them. But yeah, it was something they was mentioning that they want to add to CitizenCon. It's tempting. Whoa, thank you for the follow. '07 Notchman. Okay, '07. Appreciate that. I didn't get my alerts. Let me get my alerts ready, man. Gotta get my alerts working. I think that works. Let's see. Let me save it. Okay, let me check. My alerts are working. I really appreciate that. I think
Damn, son, you just hit with the wow effect.
there it is. Just checking. I had to make some adjustments to get it right. Appreciate you. Notchman. Notchman 2. Yeah, the Discord is there. But yeah, I mean, it's just there's a steady cadence for Star Citizen with what they're doing, and it's being careful at the same time. But I really, you know, I heard some things about the Valakar. It's not as accurate, but they're continuing dialing that in. That's going to get better. The fact that we have it is pretty cool. But they also said that they're going to bring in more creatures too. To these and that leads to the subterranean locations in Area 18. You better believe it. They're gonna bring in creatures with that sandbox area as well. I think they're just getting started on creatures, but I think also really expect to see creatures definitely in Pyro, the apex predator types. Dangerous types. But it's a steady process with them. I see it. It's really steady. Not I would say it's not. It doesn't seem like it's taking forever or it's taking really, really a long time. I think it's a steady flow, and it's intentional that when it's ready to be delivered, I think it's going to be in a pretty decent state. But at the same time, they have personnel on the standby ready to get in there, and potential fires, they have the fire extinguishers. But they're mentioning more and more they're creating tools to help and assist them. So I think it's getting better, much better. And even with this patch, they're getting it worked out so it's smooth, it works well. Now, is that a consensus? Yeah, I would love to see the numbers, because I'm sure there's edge cases of people who are playing. They may have issues, but then again, what are they? What system? What computer do they have? What are they using? How old is their computer? But we'll never hear that confessed by a player. It's a demanding game. It demands a lot of the newer technology, and when you supply that, it really enhances the game totally. But again, they're working towards players who say, hey, my computer's a few years old, but you know what? based on all the work that they're doing and continuing, I still get a good gaming experience out of it. I just know at some point, once they get closer to, I would say, definitely with 1.0, you should have a comparable system, an adjusted system that's one that will play very well with 1.0. I think that is, if you have not upgraded or feel as though when should I or when do I upgrade, but I want to do it one time so that it's meaningful, I would say just when you know, and it's obvious that 1.0 is coming down the pipeline, but in some people's cases, if it's just about unplayable, go ahead and start preparation. Start with your case. Start with your storage, like a really good SSD, a nice case, a power supply, an adequate power supply. I think that's the groundwork right there. That doesn't really change much as far as technological leaps forward. So it's basically the last couple of things you should be getting in regards to your build. Oh, and of course, your monitor. If you're not satisfied with your monitor, you want to get more into an immersive experience, then I would say now's the time you can invest in a good one as well. But I think the last two items which make sense to purchase as we get closer to 1.0 or the imminent release towards 1.0, that would be the GPU and CPU. But in this case, with supply chains, and I think now is the time to get you a good GPU. I'm not mad at you if you say, hey, I'm gonna go with a 5090. Can't be mad at you, but I mean, that's almost like future proofing it. But I think a 5080 would, if you can bear it, I think it sets you up nicely for years ahead as Star Citizen enters the realm of 1.0 and it gets and further. I think once your build is done, that 5080 will serve you well, along with the optimizations and updates that CIG will add to the game. So yeah, it's as we get closer to 1.0, I would say start at least getting the foundational pieces of your computer together, because I think that's where you have a number of players with that mindset of, hey, I like what's going on. I might have even stepped away, but it's drawing interest now, and I'm seeing what's happening, and I'm beginning to like it, and at some point I'm ready to jump back in. There's gonna be a number of people with that kind of mindset going in. Yeah, there was several updates I did from the 3.0 days to now, right? So yeah, it's time to at least start thinking about it, right? And the expectations of CitizenCon is, I think they may surprise us. They may surprise us a bit, but the true expectation is that release date for Squadron 42. And again, I would not blink at all when they would announce it. When they announce it, probably this CitizenCon, and say it's coming out this month, this day, this year. I will not change my facial expression. I will look upset. I will not blink. If they said December 31st, 2026, if they actually would say that, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be concerned about potential issues with the game. But I think with any new release, what game has actually, or on a consistent basis, I think every game that's released as new, they had some issues with them. So I think with that in mind, I think they're going to plan to have a strike team to ensure that, in the best case scenario, is something that's not ground gameplay breaking, but maybe an annoyance, but there's a workaround for it. But I would think that they would have a strike team, like Benoit himself would be right there. Richard Tyre himself would be right there, hot fixing it like immediately on release day. If something weird happens with the gameplay feature, you would get an immediate. I think they've devised that and came up with that idea as well. And also, they're probably having. They probably already have built debugging tools, so that way they are covering themselves, backing themselves up based upon the release date and actually people jumping into the game. And there's those outliers of, hey, this isn't working, what's going on. I wholeheartedly expect a hot fix. No different than, have you noticed the frequency of hot fixes that have been coming down the pipeline? And they, they announced that to us, but how quickly they're able to get that hot fix out there to us. I think you'll probably see that ramped up by a factor of 10 with Squadron 42 release. You're going to see that really, really dialed in as a high priority. Oh, Stormy 49. So, yeah. 1.0, Squadron 42. I definitely see them trying to go for it by at least the last patch for dynamic server meshing. I think that's truly their goal, to really get in something of substance when it comes to the engine itself. I think that would be a very positive thing by CIG to deliver to us dynamic server meshing by end of year. Along with that, a tier 0 version of Nix. Worst case scenario on its own tech or preview tech channel. But I don't know. It depends on the level of stability that we have. They may just go for it. It may be slightly different than the introduction of 4.0 as far as, well, we don't want to disturb the live experience. We want to actually release it as a tech preview channel, separate, and just enjoy it and just fly through. And maybe the UEC that you earn from Nix will translate over to live once for the following first quarter to second quarter, they actually get the Nix system into the live main branch. That would be incentive to say, okay, yeah, I'm apt to play Nix, and it means something with cargo running or shoring up your supplies and resources. Incentivize it by allowing that UEC that you earn will translate into the live branch. So that way you have concurrency of players that will be more drawn out, as opposed to, I want to look at Nix. Okay, I've seen Nix. I'm going back to the live branch because I've seen everything. Yeah, I would say incentivize it.
Your vehicle
and you'll more than likely have sustained instances with people on the servers. They're getting those server counts as they need it, because if it's dynamic server meshing, the translation is we need all players to be in order to see how robust the system is and how well it handles volumes of players. But there's going to be a number of us that are not aware of that, or they may not even announce it. I think they will, but at the same time, you're asking someone to say, hey, test this for me for free, and you know, some people's mindset will, well, I'm a backer, you should have people dedicated on your team to do that. But if you incentivize it and give them that that reward for getting into the game, you're getting the numbers you need, you're getting concurrency that's needed. Somebody on the other side of that room, you can see him in the glass. Well, what's going on there? That was weird. Yep. Oh, snap. That's interesting. Didn't see that before. But I remember back in the day, it was a check-in area. They would scan you. But it was just a prop. There's a lot of spawning here. What's up with that? Interesting. But yeah, you would get scanned through here. You would hear it. But that monthly report, let me take a look at it, because there was some interesting things on it. But definitely look out for the Ironclad, Perseus, potentially the Apollos. Here we go. There's 3D pathfinding as well, so they want the NPCs to journey all out throughout the verse. They'll have better awareness. Also, I think they wanted also to see about NPCs driving vehicles, so that could bode well for, let's say that motorbike. Maybe in certain areas you'll see biker punks. Biker gangs, right? Riding around. That would be cool. Some Mad Max action going on. Road Warrior stuff happening. Yeah, the RSI in North America, the RSI Apollo Medic and Triage reached the level of detail 0 phase, with the devs ensuring the modular medical base swap out and behave as expected. So you're saying in North America, that would be the Austin studio. More than likely, that sounds like Chris Smith, 07 to Chris Smith, the OG of ship creation. Um, the Perseus approached its gray box gate review. As such, a lot of work was done to prepare anything that animates, such as torpedo launches for the downstream teams. Lastly, for ships, the Drake Kraken entered pre-production, so they're about ready to go with that. With the team identifying areas for the original concept, that need further attention to bring it to modern standards. Full production, it will begin later this year. Wow, full production will be later this year. When they mean later this year, probably end of year or prior to maybe in November. So at least they'll get some initial work in before they close shop in December. But I think that will be post IAE that they'll really get working on the Kraken. Also mentions is another work progress on 5 unannounced vehicles. 2 completed their white box phase and are now well into gray box. So white box is the initial layout, getting the scope of, okay, these rooms are here. This is what it looks like now that we've built everything out. And then the next level up is gray box. And then I think after that is LOD 1 or 0. I'm sorry, 0. So that's interesting. I'm going to read it again. Pre-production began on the Gattac Raylan. I know people are freaking out. That it's good that we have an alien cargo ship. I think that is a well-designed and beautiful ship to look at. It's huge. It's going to be huge too. I think it carries like 320 SCU. But that is really that I thought that was an eye opener too. But in the UK, the Anvil Paladin continued through Grey Box, with additional artists being moved onto it as their other tasks were completed to help prepare for its July gate review. So it's coming down the pipeline. So definitely that could be IAE potentially or sooner. Pre-production began on the Gattac Raylan, which will continue between other tasks ahead of the ship officially entering production later this year. So that's later for this year for the Gattac. It's in pre-production, just like the Kraken. But yeah, it's they're working to get that thing going. And I think what happens is you have fans of alien ships, and to know you have a true functional alien ship, all it's going to do is generate additional sales for even though you have pre-sales or pre-sold Gattac Raylans, by seeing it in game, advertising it, you'll have new and fresh sales for that ship. Some of the team moved on to the Drake Ironclad, with some areas receiving layout alterations to improve traversal alongside refinement to the modular Drake kit. Modularity, I think, was that with the Caterpillar, those similarities. But then I got excited about that. Work progressed on 5 unannounced ships. 2 completed their white box phase and are now well into gray box, with focus on details around the hull. Another is in the final stages of production and is receiving the finishing touches and bug fixes ahead of its release. Another vehicle from a prominent manufacturer entered production and is currently approaching its white box review. A new variant also entered a pre-production, which the team states may have the record for the fastest vehicle through the production pipeline. So yeah, also they're doing some fixes for the Esperia Prowler utility ship, and we expect to see those fixes to be in the Alpha 4.2.1 release of Live. Yeah, that's going to be really cool. Arctic 7, what's up? Oh 07, how are you? Um, just looking at some of the things that CIG was working on to deliver on for this year, or the next two patches, should I say. Um, Core gameplay, they've been updating radiation, hazard areas, and damage over time handling. New IF in-flight control systems logic was also added for storm clouds. So lightning striking your ship, that's a possibility. Several freight elevator fixes were made across multiple missions, while improvements and bug fixes were made for radiation. The narrative team, they're at it again following Alpha 4.2's release. The narrative team focused on the next upcoming patches, which will feature a variety of new missions. This included creating new contracts, mission provider, dialogue, and an environmental story detail for a narrative-rich gameplay location. The team held a performance capture session to record mission dialogue and numerous audio logs to be discovered by players. Additionally, the team supported the mission designers in adding several new combat contracts, along with a refactor of several older missions. That won't ever end. I think as missions get old or there's a need to retire them, that's the part of the commitment of making sure that this is not a static game, but a game that will constantly improve. And where improvements are needed, they will go in and call out and just redo or update to make it more interesting, get feedback where it's needed. Longer term, the narrative have been solidifying the next major story arc as the mission content comes more into focus. The team is striving to ensure that the stories the players will experience align closely with the gameplay objectives. Part of this new story will introduce a unique hostile faction. Overlords? I wish. In support of Alien Week, Narrative released a handful of new and expanded Galactopedia articles that focus on the strange fauna and life forms found in the PU. You know what? The Overlords should be doing the opposite, should be doing what PvPers are doing in Stanton. They should be doing that to outlaws in Pyro, going after them, harassing them. But the Overlords are on a more elite type of band of characters. That would be interesting. Online technology. Online services team continue to work on the item imprint system. Design aspects are being discussed, technical documentation is being written, and service development it began. The team also began the preliminary discussions for the upcoming instancing service in collaboration with other teams. They're currently defining the objectives and high-level technical details to estimate and plan the work properly. Furthermore, the team discussed inventory ID enforcement on the inventory API. The idea of this project is to ensure that the inventory API only accepts calls that affect a specific inventory ID, which is you. What's similar to that is SQL uses an object ID that is a unique identifier. Everything that is tied to that a unique identifier will set it as saying this is associated with this particular person. So things do not interchange or get mixed up with other items. So this is pretty solid. So it sounds like they're gearing up for items that you procure, you earn in game, so that you get. This is the beginning of true persistence. This is basically the technical definition of it. If you're saying inventory ID enforcement of the inventory API, the ideal of this project is to ensure that the inventory API only accepts calls that affect a specific inventory ID. So whatever is yours, it stays yours. That's persistence. This will set up the foundation for the upcoming Entity Graph global database sharding. Also persistence. No more wipes. And also, I think it's a way of it's starting to introduce when you think about it, you need that identifier so that when servers spin down and spin up for dynamic server meshing, it holds that unique identifier like an object ID from SQL Server. So it understands who you are, what you have at that time under your hierarchy of your avatar. And so when server spins down and spin up for a while and they spin down, that the authority is handed over along with those particulars. That is the shard. So it's a unique identifier. Like my avatar is Kimmy. No one else can inherit my items or my avatar. And so it translates and communicates well across servers as well. Hence, now we're talking about server recovery, where let's say the server goes down, I'm still playing in the game, it still holds it, but yet a new server spins up and takes authority, and I don't see it blink. I'm still playing the game. No more 30Ks, true persistence. The Live Tools team, they reworked the filtering and sorting of functionality of the moderation tool, significantly enhancing their overall user experience. They also addressed technical debt and introduced quality of life improvements such as quick access to various tools linked directly to game instances. In parallel, testing began for the new MTL development infrastructure, which offloads computational load from individual developer machines, making day-to-day work smoother and more efficient. Additionally, improvements continue for the crash handler, making it more reliable and less prone to errors. Persistence, true persistence. The network team focused on bug fixing and stability updates. Steady progress is currently being made towards dynamic server meshing, which is also crucial for the successful implementation of instancing. Look out, here it comes. You're not ready, folks. You're not ready. Gas cloud rendering was further refined based on improvements implemented in March. To get additional detail and improved distance and read support for an extra erosion layer, that was added. Controls were also added to boost intermediate and cloud density during the shaping and erosion process to prevent clouds from thinning out too much. So more realistic looking clouds, similar to like Flight Simulator. I think those are some of the best rendered clouds that's on the market today. So with this new tech, CIG aims to rival that. It'll be beautiful, man. It'll be beautiful. A lot of screenshots and video will instancing will happen once that gets into game, for sure. Elsewhere, the performance of Planet Cloud rendering for cameras in orbit was increased. Also, night sky rendering was improved. Previously, it incorrectly included MIE scattering with regards to the fully occluded sun and produced undesired fake halos, especially when you're looking at the night sky from orbit. This is now fixed. meaning it's going to look really nice. Yeah, it's going to be some interesting things that's coming down the pipeline, and they're getting this technology lined up so they can move forward with getting things right. But yeah, the emphasis, they're bringing more ships. Hopefully, there's going to be they're going to be interesting ships that will have a very interesting impact on the game. But I tell you, the two that's essential right now, definitely it's the ship repair. I think once they have all of Maelstrom in and they have it all dialed into the different aspects of gameplay, and once they're confident that they have truly a working and viable system such as Maelstrom, then and only then I think they'll start to branch into the repair aspects. And it's I think the armor part of it will be the litmus test for ships. And I think once they do the conversion of ship damage into Maelstrom, then I think it'll be easier. I think it might be, you heard that expression, two birds, you can kill two birds with one stone. I think this may apply with the Maelstrom system. When you talk about changing how damage to, let's say, soft damage all the way up to soft death, all the way up to destruction, and the backbone is now the Maelstrom system, I think it will be an easier task for them to do a conversion of almost a reversal of that, and that will be the result of that would be actually repair in game. If you're getting to a point where you're crafting and you're applying maintenance to like your armor and you have the physicalized surfaces in ships, then I think it's time. It's coming. That means repair is coming sooner than you think. Now it's just a matter of do the ships, do the Vulcan and the Crucible, do is the design matrix that they have for it now or in the past, does it comply with the new discipline or language, the development language of that ship's manufacturing style? So they have to look at what's being used and bring it up to modern day. This is how we build ships now. I think John Crew alluded to some of the conversations you heard him say, if we knew what we knew then, we wouldn't make this ship this way. You've heard that before. I think now that's a design philosophy that he's letting you know with new systems and things that they've applied. Their philosophy is you won't even hear about it until it goes into that production for it, because we're going to pretty much look at the original concept and see what works, see what doesn't work. If nothing works, it's going to be a whole rewrite of the discipline that they currently have to the new standard, or what, the words you've been hearing, they're going to apply the gold standard to that development. But I think the supporting cast, which is Maelstrom, physicalized surfaces and degradation, and then the conversion from damage to soft death to total destruction. Once Maelstrom is embedded into all those layers, that is the physicalized aspects of the ship, then you're talking about they can take that and examine and leverage that technology and reverse it and say these are the elements of repair, because the Maelstrom system will actually use logic and technology so that when you go into that mechanic to fix the ship, It's fully immersive. It's fully physicalized, but it also can alter based on customization or crafting. If you want a more defensive based ship based on its hull, you can utilize different materials, which will affect its weight and how it performs, which will then apply wear and tear on certain performances like your thrusters. You're in a VTOL position and you have the extra weight applied to it. It will burn into your lifespan of those thrusters and such, right? So fuel consumption will be an issue potentially for you as well. You'll realize, hey, I have a heavier ship. I'm burning more fuel than ever. It's costing me.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
So I think with that in mind, as opposed to people saying, I don't like this, I don't like that, they'll have to play it out. But the game's logic will tell them you're actually playing the game the way it was designed. So now you have to mitigate, you have to think around that situation, lighter components, lighter materials based on, hey, I need to be lighter when I'm moving. I need not have that extra density unless I'm going through dangerous locations, things of that nature. So again, you're crafting, you're thinking. This is going to be a different beast, man. Star Citizen when it's all said and done. But I think that the path of development is one I think it's a lifetime of seeing the development going forward. We may not see everything all the way to the end because it's that much of a journey, but I think the beacon or the flag in the ground is 1.0. It's just to say, this is the milestone, this is the standard, this is enough substance that says, hey, this is the game. This is the game. You have a clear understanding. This is the game. This is Star Citizen. And you tie that into the prequel that is Squadron 42, which will give you a better understanding of its history and its lore. Now you're saying, I feel a lot better with knowing the vision of Star Citizen, but also I have enough of content, location, exploration, flora, fauna to say, just keep developing CIG. I'll continue to support. At the end of the day, that's all we can ask for, man. But at the same time, we've had this conversation about there'll never be another game like this. And I thought of that. And now thinking of it this way, probably not. But you can technically emulate this, right? You know, but it won't be the same. The time we put in, the passionate and heated debates that we've had, and some other engine comes along and say, hey, we've been watching this. These decades we've been working on the engine, and we have everything that Star Citizen wanted to be and more, and then some, right? And we'll turn around and say, the hell you do. You never had this community, and you never will. That's the X factor. That is the thing that will stand apart from a developer taking or looking at this and emulating and saying, I've surpassed it based on the technical aspect. But there's no life in that game because they're missing the one important thing, the Star Citizen backers and community. Not to say they'll never have that, but it's the time that we put in, everything, the effort of learning the game and finding out how to play the game. You can never put a value in that. You can never emulate that. The community that is Star Citizen essentially helps to make this whole gaming experience and development unique in itself. So you can sit there and do a cookie cutter imitation of it and then some. but it's another thing to, see this from its infancy, development, or the gathering of, kind of like Lord of the Rings. We're on this major quest and we're getting our squad together, right? It's basically like that. It's just like you're putting together the team, and that's what Chris had to do. I think earlier we talked about that. There's this misconception that the game's been in development since 2012. No, man, it has not. It has not. It has not been in development. It's been in research and development. I would say that much. It's been in research and development for a while. But the team members that from 2012 to now, you have some anchors, you have some pillars that's been there for quite some time, but it's less than you think. And I mean, since 2012, there's been a lot of people coming and going within the doors of Cloud Imperium Games, and all the while they've been trying to nail down the concept of what Star Citizen is. I guess you could almost say development started in the 3.0 days, right? Everything else is just a tech demo of, well, we got this piece, the Arena Commander piece, we got the Star Marine piece that was in 2 point something something. But yeah, it's a big debate of, well, you made $800 million and you've been making the game since 2012. I think that's for people to use as a argument piece or debate piece. But at the same time, I have to question, were you seeing the same things, or were you looking at and witnessing the same thing that I've witnessed? And you can go back and you have a lot of this on tape. You have a lot of video on this, and you knew full well that they moved around and they've changed personnel. They went from one city, they migrated to another. They had these stretch goals that came into play, which drastically changed the concept, because initially, concept of the game was just about, it was similar to Elite Dangerous in a lot of ways at that time, where you would land at a location, you would have a screen, an inventory screen, you'd move your stuff, you would make your cargo run, you move here, you move stuff there, and you take off. You might get a point and click type of interaction, and maybe a screenshot to say that you were in this location, but nothing on the level of getting out of your ship after you left a space station, or you leave a location like Area 18. You fly up to a space station, get out there, make some transaction, get back in your ship. And now, back then, you would go from planet to moon to planet, planet to planet, moon to moon. And it was eye-opening, because you literally had to fly that distance. And to the extent that it was so realistic in the sense of you actually had to fly those distances, people complained. People complained that, hey man, this is too damn long. I get it. It's real. I get it, Chris. It's real. I'm physically flying that distance. All right, let's cut that shit out, man. Let's cut it down, okay? That's too much. It's too much realism. And they had to cut it down, man. It was too much realism. And so they came up with the quantum technology to get you there faster, and the quantum technology that as you orbit above the planetary body or surface you wanted to land to, you had that. No, but still no cut screens. But yeah, it just changed a lot in their scope. and it pushed back literally the development. And did I mention just turnover? Not where it was immense, but it was like people were like, well, it was time for something new because they craved to do something different, because that was the first time of working in the game industry, and you would be there for years, as opposed to a lot of game development companies would work to project. That's the unique thing about Star Citizen is its sheer volume. It placed people there for years, and they were like, okay, I'm good. It was probably no more than that. It's like all I do is build interiors, right? That's my job. I do interiors. I'm here, and it didn't feel like game development for some. I'm sure of it. Now that's not everyone. Some people were sought after because they saw the potential. Other game companies saw what we're seeing, like, holy crap, look at the details. Look how these are some pretty talented people. And so they were scouted by other APIs and like, hey, come work for us. We'll offer you this. That's happened. Can someone say Sarah McCullough?
Welcome.
If you don't know, you need to know. But yeah, I mean, it's just so many factors out there. But yeah, the true development only started a few years ago, literally. And on top of that, they're working in parallel with a time in history of this game that was the immediate past. There was a war that was fought for the survival of humanity. We're about to find out what that is. We're about to get the narrative, the story, which will then have that tidal wave of a timeline crashing into what we're playing now. Basically a ripple effect. Things may even change, so they may even look different. Certain locations may look different. We may even get locations that we traversed in Squadron 42 unannounced to be placed in game. We've yet to see it, but some people don't care. Some people, this is enough for me. Or like, put it this way, why would you do this when you have a gold mine here? This is more interesting than Squadron 42, but at the same time, no one's played it. So some people are visual. If they don't see it, it means nothing to them. So yeah, I look forward to Squadron 42. Don't think that I'm not, or I'm one that says this is more than adequate. This is where they should have their attention. No, I want to see the prequel. I want to know the story. I want to feel what that was about. I want to interact with the stars who are part of it. I'm accustomed to Wing Commander. I played Chris Roberts games. I want that storytelling again. I want that feeling of what it felt like when I played Wing Commander for the first time, and his other iterations of it too, as well. But yeah, I want to interact with that story. It's an interactive game movie, sci-fi adventure. But I think it also will serve as the true tutorial for new players. So I'm happy, I'm excited, and I'm hopeful in its success, because all that means is we'll only get more iterations, but we'll also have true sustainability for Star Citizen. Probably even hire more talent to get more things going, or have their own servers, be able to purchase their own servers and really get it dialed in, right? Not contract out their servers. Those kind of potentials are there for Cloud Imperium Games. But should be really interesting though. Once we get that in our hands and realize, wow, they've been putting in some really good work on this, and in addition to that, where there's a potential of us getting more locations. I think that's going to be the allure. That's the true sustainability right now. Not even counting the base building and the crafting and the new flight model. I think it's just sheer going to these planets and moons and discovery of everything that's there. That's true sustainability. But then you're talking about adding in the foundational pieces like an economy, better performance through the usage of dynamic server meshing and higher player counts, which will then officially place it into the category of multi-mask online gaming, MMO, massive multiplayer online gaming. Yeah, that's another ball game in itself. That's where, which was that saying? That's where the rubber meets the road. But it's just the visuals too, and the gameplay working in parallel in the best way possible. But yeah, a space game with RPG elements, which is translated as true persistence in game, and you have the crafting part of it, and probably where you live, you have pieces of machinery that enhances your life in those maybe harsh environments. Yeah, I look forward to that. I don't think I'm alone when I say this. I think those are the elements that is the reason why we play the game, why we support, why it still captures the attention of people. Like, what is that? I think the issue is it just has to align with the visuals of what it advertises. Consistent gameplay is a start. It's definitely a start. But I think it will reach its stride and hit its potential with more locations that we can actually travel and explore. That in itself, future looks bright for Cloud Imperium Games and Star Citizen game. If they're able to capture that and bottle it and keep it consistent, preserve the consistency, then they're onto something really, really special, which will in turn continue heated debates and angst of, I'm not happy with this. If people were truly, truly not happy with this game, they would not, it would go to the ways of the Steam graveyard. It'd be on Steam, and well, Chris is like, the hell it is, but I'm just saying it'll go the way of not having any attention, if that's the thing. No attention for it. People wouldn't just care. That means that truly means they don't. It's not about liking or disliking. It's just like it doesn't matter. But people are disgusted and unhappy. They're talking about their disgust while they play it. Weird. Now that's weird, buddy. That's weird. You're disgusted by it, or you're so upset about it, and here you are playing it. Talk about a catch-22. But that's nothing wrong with stating your opinion and being objective. But it's another thing where you just fly off the handle like did the worst thing ever to you. Gotta question the intent. It's not gonna break. Let's take a quick look. Was I over here? I thought I was over here. Bex. See if it's extractable. It's not. That's just a sliver right there. $36%. Okay, let's see. Nice break. Damn good break. I have the sliver skills, man. That was 74% goal. $44%. There was one that was 75. The UI team, they gotta come in and clean some of this up, man. It's too much noise on this screen, especially off to the right. A lot of noise. Overlapping fonts, numbers. Yeah, it's too much. That in itself can be a bug. Not able to cleanly read your data. It should not be overlapping. Period. Gotta go, Mr. Miyagi. Wax on, wax off.
Extraction mode on.
Too much inert material for me right there. Aluminium. That's what it's called across the pond. Pond. Aluminium. Aluminium. Opposed to aluminum. Aluminium. 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 Cool stuff. Oh 07, Chew Toy, thank you for the raid. 07 to you. How are you? 07. Thank you for the raid, Chew Toy. Hope you were playing some Star Citizen tonight. 07. Are you a Star Citizen fan? Or do you play the game? Just curious. That tells me right there. That tells me everything I need to know. Did you find any Quantanium, Jude? Any Quantanium out there? What? Whoa. Whoa. Holy smokes. You know what that tells me? When we get the Arastra, you're going to melt the mold for the Arastra. I'm telling you right now, man. I can see it. I can see it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Yes, sir. How did I know that? Yeah, and because you're going to get the refinery station with the Arastra. And I think it holds a total of 564 pieces of SCU, a combination of inside and outside of the ship. 564. Look it up. Kid you not. And it has 2 refineries. So that's a full-on mining op for you and your crew. Oh yeah, a lot of moly holy. Holy mother load, Batman. Fenrir 07. Capturing the UEC, man. Dress rehearsal before live and recovering from the last mission. with UEC, and also I got to get my my ship's weapons lined up because I want to do bounty as well as mining. Prepping up for the holiday, basically. What are you up to, sir? This UI needs to be cleaned up, though. It's a lot of overlapping in here, which it shouldn't have. You should be able to read this clearly. Uh-oh, back up, damn it. Uh-oh, I can't take damage like that. I lose my containers. What? Wait a minute, what? 07, Jude, get that dinner in. Get that life balance. Great job. I'll see you in the Arastra. It could be the street. No, I see it too, Fimra. I think the UI needs to give it another pass. Yes, sir. You know it. The Arastra. Get yours today by RSI. We're the granddaddies of space. See you in the verse. RSI. Yep. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Very weird. I'm not liking these numbers, man. What's going on? I get another opportunity to break right here. No, I was getting it too, Fimra. Hit some hitching. Bad. Just as I started playing it. And I was in, of all places, I was in the station. But I think it could be them working behind the scenes on the back end. They're making adjustments on the back end, which they've talked about with monthly report. But I tell you, that inventory system was telling us a lot. That was a lot being shown and told with their intentions and planning this out with the inventory system. I'll take it. I mean, you're getting these itemizations, you're getting this filter. It's more granular. Visually, it just needs a little cleanup on on graphics. But I think it's the key basis of getting the game and putting it together and making it right. So I applaud them for the efforts. I applaud them for the transparency as well, allowing us to see, the first iterations of it. I'm going to cautiously go glass half full because I don't have any of that tech in my hands where I can actually, utilize it. But I think it's going to be a bit because I think the back end and the things that they're leveraging it with, such as Maelstrom, I think it stands to repeat itself in a lot of other functionality in the game. For example, the flight model is going to use it. Armor is going to get it. I think at some point there'll be repair, and maybe long term, we might even have Maelstrom utilize or leverage salvage itself, right? So this is the fun part of Star Citizen that I like, where they come up ways to make the game better with the technology and tools. Yeah, I'm excited for him though. But this is the one unique thing that sets itself apart from other games. We're able to see research and development happen. But I was getting the server hitching. It would ramp up, then there's a little fractionals of a second pause, then it would go back to normal, then it would speed up, and then it would for a fraction of a second pause a little bit. That's me describing the hitching. And I'm like, what? Oh yeah, it's like the worst version of desync. It's almost like miniature rubber banding, especially if you have a tight window or optimal window and it's tight. You got to have that precision. You're not going to get it. I said this the other day. I said, when when the rocks break up and you see that slow motion physics of the rocks tumbling and sliding down a hill and things like that, it's like really in slow motion. I said to myself, when we see the day when these rocks, like when they splinter, or like say you're in the red zone and they splinter back at you and it whizzes past your head and you actually duck because it's moved so fast, or the rocks move like other rocks in real time, in real life, and how they fall, that means Star Citizen has arrived. It has arrived. When you will see the rocks perform like that, the game has arrived. But I'm getting all this overlapping with my lot of overlapping. And that shouldn't be. Everything should be clean. Tier 0, yeah. I think it's funny you say that. It's almost like a hazy thought moment. Once we get 1.0, will any other the features in the game be tier 0 in 1.0? We have tier 0 and 1.0. That's a Mark Skelton moment right there. Hazy thought. When we get to 1.0, does that mean all tier 0 will go away? Or is it tier 1? That is a Mark Skelton hazy thoughts moment right there. You're like, oh, like, wait a minute, I didn't think of that. Wait a minute. 1.0. Tier 1. Oh, oh my gosh. I'm saying hazy thoughts, man. Tier 0 is tier 1. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh boy.
Warning, storage full. Fracturing mode on.
Tier 1. But yeah, with the monthly report, Benoit is definitely working behind the scenes. They are getting things dialed in. I think he's also, what is it? When they mentioned the Montreal team, that tells me Benoit has a great working relationship with them, and I think that's due over time that was spent when he was with Turbulent. So that was never lost. It's interesting to talk about, and I don't know why my mind is wired or geared towards that, but I think a lot of movement from Turbulent. Benoit, I think he's still there. I think he's in Montreal. Right, he's in Montreal. So it's that same thing, that same adage of Chris wanting more of the developers to be in studio, because I think he could have been seeing. There's a chance that he was seeing what was occurring with Benoit and that team over in Montreal. They're in the building and they're able to really get things done. And Chris is like, wait a minute, I need to reflect that to the teams in the UK, Germany, Austin, because he noticed that brings about effectiveness in how things are being developed. Support systems are almost automated because you're right one seat over from the developer who's working on that certain dependency that you need, as opposed to remotely reaching out and them focusing on what they have to do. A lot of times you won't really be paying attention to or reaching out to someone, especially if you're deeply embedded into code and your focus is, oh man, I'm almost done, or this is bugging the hell out of me, I got to get this fixed, and someone remotes over to you, you're less apt to stop what you're doing, as opposed to, hey, you got a minute, then they're right there. Sure, it's a different attitude when someone's presence is there, and it's more of, what can I do to help you? And that's a good thing. You have a synergy that's there, and I think that's what Chris wanted to capture, and I think we're seeing that result now. Some of you may not agree, but I think we're seeing, how fast these patches are coming, these hot fixes, them solidifying the stable stuff, and like what you're talking about, Fimber, I think it excludes what I'm talking about, and I think it's more on the back end, the hitching and such, and I think it's more of it's going to be more of an involved fix, which is the infrastructure that is Star Engine. I think as we get these next few patches, we should see some substantial changes in a positive way, because I think this hitching is more of server based and the back end stuff, not the dev saying, oh, wait a minute, you let's check your code.
Your vehicle has been moved to off-road.
You did see the YouTube, yes. Why are the 5 syllables in the word monosyllable? Oh my gosh. It should be one, right? It only sounds like it's one. Uh, that was hilarious. It was like dad joke because it was like, are you kidding me, man? And then you like, did he seriously say that? And then it hits you like a dad joke. Whoa. Dude was on. He had some Sketcher rollerblades on. Uh-oh. That was a little scary. But yeah, they're working on the elevators, freight elevators. I think they need to get that dialed in because we have bases. We'll need those elevators. We need freight elevators for storage at our home base. When it comes to base building, that's essential for storage of ships, vehicles, also storing of goods. We gotta have that. If not, there's no such thing as a base. Unless, yeah, that's true. There's no base. It would just be disjointed at best. It has to be fully featured out to an extent. You'll need to be able to call your ship. You need to be able to store it. You should be able to store looted items and all such things that you purchase in game. Period. All your flare stuff. You should be able to pull it from those inventory spaces. So it's got to be consistent. And this is why they're using that that shard identifier. So that's going to help. There's a lot that's coming down the pipeline, though.
Contact management. Thank you. I need someone from maintenance to get the ventilation control. Meet me when you get there.
Right. Making that run. Making that run. Get a few runs in here. Get a few in that refinery. I got to change out my ship's weapons. And I think I'm ready to go for the weekend. I'm ready to really roll. I think it would be good for us to be training in combat.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
For sure.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following.
Oh. I would say once we get bases, a lot of these stations and common areas where we used to spawn from, I think they will have to be revisited for what other pieces of content that they can utilize that's going to make sure that we stay or that we continue to come here. And I think one of the things could be certain goods that's delivered to you. You would have to come to a station and pick certain set items up. And again, it's not with everyone, but it could be, let's say we get asteroid hangars that you would have no business going to a moon or a planet to pick up your goods. It would probably be one of these stations out in space. Because you live in the asteroid belt, then space stations would be your hub where you hail, where you would hail from to get your goods and such. Whereas if there's actual bases on ground, then those resource centers, those big outlet centers, then you get a call from them. And I would say another thing is, how would you mandate or kind of on certain times mandate that people come in on vehicles, which would generate vehicle sales? Hello, marketing. Here we go. Check this out. Certain days or certain instances, those facilities are attacked or they're under threat or red alert or on red alert watch. Then it's stated that by a mandate that there's a no-fly zone unless it was a cargo ship. Anything else should be shot down in suspicion of said or perceived threat. So you would have to literally on certain times drive in with your vehicle, which is a on rails type of gameplay mechanic based on procedural events taking place that says, hey, you have to do this because of said potential threat. I think it makes for interesting gameplay of, oh, I can't fly in to pick up my goods there. I have to drive in with a big utility vehicle that basically will allow me to pick up my goods that was delivered. I think that would work well. And that way players would understand what's going on. And if they don't, they're caught with their pants down. And it wouldn't be a thing where it's kind of like on a frequency of the perceived, the mandate of eating and drinking. More laid back than that, even 10 times laid back than that. So most times out of 10 or 8 to 9 times out of 10, you fly your ship in. But when instances of mission givers happen where there's a heist or something, then it should be an all alert, no fly zone, because it would make sense. I mean, wouldn't it? Or would that be too, that's too hard on my gameplay. I need to fly my ship anywhere I want. I mean, that doesn't mean maybe you have to acquire high level fly, like in Star Wars, you have high level fly zone passes or identifiers, right? Because I've seen in Star Wars, it's like, wait a minute, how did they would get these codes, man. And it would cost them a lot, but they would be honored. They would be suspicious of you, but you would get those passes, so you would keep them in reserve, and maybe you get 2 usage of that code. You give them a code to fly in, and then you have to acquire another 2 or so, or another one for a 2-moment pass. I don't know. That's just gameplay, and maybe it sets it apart from other jurisdictions of how they handle their law or have their set of rules, where it's not just cookie cutter. So then you would see the distinctions between these controlled planets and cities by these corporations. Some corporations are super strict, right? Or they've been hit hard over the years that they have these unique restrictions as opposed to Area 18's code of honor and ethics, right? So yeah, it would be deemed as a code of ethics based upon this is our procedures. Every corporate entity has their own unique procedures. And I think I want to see that reflected in the game as opposed to a lazy, well, I wouldn't say lazy, but a tier 0 echo of we want security here, but we haven't gotten it dialed in, right? It's not functional, but yet we have the NPCs that are standing there with guns, and it's a representational prop. But to utilize that as gameplay and give unique situational aspects of these security entities, such as what I just described, where it would react to real-time things happening, mission givers. There's a snatch and grab or a robbery mission. Pirates come in, confiscate, run off, and then the no-fly zone is implemented maybe a few hours or a day or two at the most, and then it goes away because it's all clear. So I think that's a respect to a certain level of realism and gameplay functionality. So if there's a no-fly zone restriction, then you basically will have to utilize your ship's a four-wheel vehicle and go on ground. And then they as you pass into the center, they vet you, they search, they do a scan to make sure you're good. So yeah, interesting gameplay, possibilities. That's what it's about, possibilities. All right, approaching. I'm here. Oh, yeah, and also I have screen sharpening as well, Kimbra. I gotta look into my capture card as well. Yeah, I think we have 2 more patches to see if they will drop any engine related updates, Star Engine stuff. That's what floats my boat, man. That's what gets me in a mindset of once you have the platform that is the engine, all things can stand on it. So I get really excited about even when they talk about updates or potentially just having conversation about things that are the anchor of what the game is. the flight model is an anchor of the game. 98% of what we do is based upon flying the airplane or driving a vehicle, right? Vehicle experience team. And to know that they're going to now incorporate logic that is accurate according to the materials that you build out in regards to the infrastructure of the hull, I get excited. Wear and tear, I get excited. I get very excited. So you're talking about, this is the core, this is the engine, this is how it's done. To me, that's bigger than 1.0. The finishing of the engine and seeing it really work according to plan. That really, man, it's limited. It's unlimited then of what you can do in regards to building on that platform. Has all the potential in the world. I get really excited about the engine being each day gets closer to a completion, and utilizing it and it works to perfection. That's the dream. That's the dream. All right, Vexilite. Vexilite, let's go. All right, 54% of Vex. That's pretty good. Oh, wow. I definitely want to do bounties tomorrow, though. For sure. If it leads up to PvP. Or should I say, especially when it leads up to PvP. 51% tax. Terranite. Okay, what are we working with here? Aluminium. Hmm, 50% Terranite. It might be worth it. Got like inert there as well. All right, time for a hydration break. Hydro break. Incurring damage with that blowback with those rocks. Their composition, let's see. 95%. Heck yeah. That works. 95% Terranite. Wow. Is it the place to be? Not necessarily. I mean, I tend to just make sure that I'm not going in circles, doubling around, going around in circles. But is Walla the place? Walla is pretty good. Walla is actually pretty good though. It's not bad. What are you actually mining, Fimmer? Or what have you mined so far? What was the materials that you mined? Right now, I'm gonna drop this patch off, send it to the refinery, and then go after my weapons loadout for my ship. Oh, definitely, you got it, man. You know the drill. Are you finding a lot of it? Yeah, I skipped tungsten and aluminum. I'll take it if I have to, but I'll until they get the Maelstrom system with crafting of maybe ships. There's going to be a need for tungsten and aluminum. I think so. I think that's going to change. I think that the economy system, the dynamic version of it, is going to change a lot. But it makes me wonder if, to synchronize everything, that they'll need dynamic server meshing so that that information is spoken across all systems and the future systems in real time. So it's not going to be a fast fluctuation, but a gradual change as needs are being fulfilled based on that high demand. So I truly believe dynamic will have a say-so in how the economy system will be one connected system that will dynamically fluctuate and change as supply and demand needs are met. $53 SCU, a cargo. Is that one run, FINRA? 195? Yeah, I think as a group, I think that's where we'll get our advantages. In that we can definitely do that as a team for sure. That's where we get the advantage because we can scout for each other. Oh, 2 runs. Yeah, that way we're working in tandem when it comes to looking for valuables, but also if we have we're able to break down the larger capacity rocks and fill up with more of volume of the high level minerals. So that's gonna, yeah, we can do that this weekend, man. Let's go ahead and get some UEC, because we're going to get prepared for patch 4.2.0, which could very well, like you said, go live tomorrow. Exactly. My point. There we go. All right, we got to make it happen, Captain.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Go do it. Because I know you know, we all need more UEC for this,
Bottom line, baby.
for this new patch that's coming out, and mission givers potentially. But we also got to do some training. But yeah, initiative is UEC. Let's get that. So get your loadout ready. We'll do that. We'll get the prospect. I'm going to prep up food early.
The ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Right? Cap, get your golem. Or you have the golem, Captain Stogie? Or do you have a prospector?
Your vehicle has been refueled.
Then I would say tonight, go ahead and prep up, get everything loaded up. Or do you need to take mine as a loaner? Let me know. I think you did get a golem, didn't you, Captain Stogie? Okay, so, but that's the thing. We can all, yeah, you can take it out and gather goods. We can scout for you as well. We want to do all aspects of it. It's a mining op. I have not used the Atlas Geo. I have one. And Cap, if you want to use it, I also have a rock. Yeah, I would say bring it and mine. We'll all mine and do all aspects of mining But we'll look for
I need someone from maintenance to get the
hand
ventilation control.
hand mining rocks as well as uh, pros- prospector based rocks. So you don't have to go cookie cutter. You can do the hand rock mining and get good at it. Oh no, it's about variety, but that doesn't exclude you. You still need to come aboard. You know, opt it out, man. Yeah, we can get the larger rocks, and that way it will exponentially make the runs that more valuable. Yeah, that was a hitch right there as I was going up the steps. It hitched. But I need to adjust my card for caching as well, like 10 gigs of memory for caching. That may alleviate that too. That may take that away. I forgot to do that. Um,
Welcome to the
Come at the
Exxon
base.
retrieval system.
go down and grab that ghost. I don't know how I got this as a loaner. I don't own a Drake Buccaneer.
Vehicle selected. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following visitors.
I know one thing. I'm at 12%. 10% you get willy-nilly. There was some desync there going on. I waited. All right. I like the structure. The structure of the ship looks really nice. I mean, it's got that. It's like it looks handcrafted, visceral. It does look nice. I mean, it's a beautiful mechanical aesthetic. I get it. I do get it with the Buccaneer. I get it. Wow. I get it. Look at that. I freaking get it. That's a golem. Ooh. You know what? I don't know, man. I think this was pushed on me on purpose. Like, you don't want to get a Gladius. You want to get a Buccaneer. The Gilly mission. This is nice, man. Oh boy, this might change some things, man. Holy smokes. Don't knock it till you try it, man. You hear me? Holy smokes. I think I would get this over the Gladius. And I like the Gladius because I see it as the F-16, which is like a part of the best flight sim that ever came out. Oh my gosh. Yes, and I'm pleased with it. Holy smokes, man. I left it alone because people called it the paper tiger. And I'm like, okay. But even the NPC version, they will punch you, man. It will get your attention. But man, I'm digging this. I'm really digging it. Man, this thing. Look at that. Oh boy. This changes a lot. If I get a token, LTI token, I think I'll get one. I know it sounds crazy, right? Oh my gosh. And I was about to take the Rambler down to Area 18. Wow. Okay, Area 18, where are you? Oh, I see you in the distance. I'm in Armistice. Man, I love finding those cannons. He's got one huge gun on the middle, top middle. Yeah, I think I'm gonna find a way to get me one. A Buccaneer. Yep. This is considered an interceptor. Or what if RSI is looking at kind of mimicking this kind of concept, interceptor, fast but has a little punch to it. Interesting, man. Interesting. Be on the lookout. It's coming next week. I think they're gonna reveal and talk about it next week, but it'll be leaked before then. So, all good. All good. Damn, she moves. Up there I am. Straight ahead. Wow. I'm impressed, man. I don't think this is the first time I ever flew in it, but I don't know now. It's like, where have you been? Nice. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I prefer it over the Arrow. And it's not saying anything bad about the Arrow, but it's something, man, about it's like it's got this X-wing feel to it, man. It's like it's been used. It's been there. It's been out there. It looks handcrafted. And this is not a comparison to the Arrow at all. It's just its uniqueness that it. Damn. Arrow has this, man. I'm politicking to what's his name, the gentleman that Gavin. I'm politicking to him so badly that they have a capital ship, the Anvil capital ship called the Bow, and it literally is an aircraft carrier for the Arrows. Oh my goodness,
Welcome
man.
to the
The bow,
vehicle
the
retrieval
bow,
system.
or the Anvil quiver. I don't know.
Your vehicle has been moved to a
Bow and arrow. Iconic, instant classic. Whoa. So, let me get the ghost ready.
to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Age that's boom. You nailed it. Fimra, that's it. The longbow. The longbow. Oh, perfect. Spot on. You killed it. You nailed it right there. That's it. The Anvil longbow. Holy smokes, man. A repair station and a carrier for all arrows. Nothing else. Arrows. Can you imagine having being able to carry 10 to 15 of those and they launch? Man, come on. Stop it. Please, Gavin, make that the Anvil longbow. Woo. Lethal. Lethal. be so much fun. Okay, I see it. Let me call up my, make sure my skin is on it. Aegis Longbow. Hello. Todd, the last time I did not, it did not retain my weapons, man. Or did it? Are these the weapons here? Let's see. Okay, let me unequip that. Okay, my livery is there. Hold up, this may be the... I gotta remember those weapons, Ty. Yeah, it still, it did, wait a minute, the center cap is there. One second. Did we use the rhinos? Repeaters? I think so. In uses 2. Because we didn't do the attritions. I think they were the rhino repeaters. Let's see, Revenant Gatling. No. Rhino repeater. Right wing, left wing. Nose turret. Interesting. Aegis Longbow, man. You killed it. That is spot on. Okay, let's see. Let's call her up, shall we?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, let me look at my gameplay settings, right? I think it saved it. Yeah, I think it did save it. That's good. Gladius, Hornet, Mark II, Buccaneer. Oh wow, Buccaneer comes in 3. Arrow 4, Saber. Most difficult to fly is the Gladius. I love the feel of the Gladius. Maybe I'm a natural. Arrow, then the Buccaneer, Saber. Hornet, most difficult to fly in the atmosphere. 1. Oh wow. That's very interesting, man. Let me see if I can keep that statement somewhere. Put in a notepad. I think um, I think interesting enough, Ty, a lot of that is going to change based on the. It's funny that you mentioned this about uh, the ships that, based on their flight characteristics, it's going to change when we get the Maelstrom system. And I think that's to speak on. That's relative to all ships because now the weight distribution, the actual the sheer accurate weight will be applied once we get not just the initial ship, but if we craft and maybe do something customized with the ship's physical hull, like using tungsten and as opposed to a combination of aluminum and maybe platinum. So yeah, that's interesting that we're gonna have that dynamic that's gonna really turn the flight model on its head based on physicalization, with leveraging the Maelstrom system. It's a big, far-reaching piece of tech. Yeah, the maneuverability is super precise, and it's in real time. So you have to be. It's almost as if your senses are dulled down a little or overly hyped up to compensate for that extra bit of maneuverability with the Gladius. And I think it's all on based on a person's reaction and what feels good to them, and so it's marrying both aspects so that it feels like, hey, this is perfect for me. And life support system is coming. That's going to be the other aspect of multi-crew. Oh man, look at that livery, baby. Look at that livery. Woo. Oh my gosh. Get out of Armistice. Test her out.
Shields offline. Shields online.
Oh yeah. Let me see about getting a bounty here. Instancy. That needs to work. Waller Cave. Oh crap. I'm not going on foot. Let's see.
Shields offline. Quantum jump is now on.
I'm getting those artifacts, man. I can't. Nothing I can do about it. There we go. It's slightly different. Color saturation. colors, man. They're not.
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
Keep having to tweak these colors, and I'm like, why is it so different? I'm gonna leave it at default. Be done with it. Oh shit. Woo.
Shields online.
Those asteroids were
Shields offline.
no joke.
Quantum drive is now on.
There we go. Yeah, it's weird, Tom. Yeah, I do have Hue. Yeah, I have the Hue set up.
Quantum drive is now off.
Oh gosh, it's orange. Yeah, I gotta really tweak this, man.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Leave it like that for now. Here we go. Come out of nav mode. Turbulence. Look at that. Colors are much closer now to what I'm seeing. Slightly washed, fractionally washed, but closer to the hue. Or blue. Oh, this is really. Okay, scan for target. There he is. Gotta neutralize. Go to a cave. You gotta be freaking kidding me, man. Go to a. Oh, come on. That's a good question. I think it's Direct 3D. Yep. Yep. Direct 3D. Crap. That changed it too.
Okay.
Where? Okay, there we go. Coming into play. Got buddies. Oh, Buccaneer. Oh no, it's a Talon.
Shields hit.
And he's getting hit back.
Okay.
Oh, easy now. Got that thing painted.
Target destroyed.
Call the arms, call the arms. Soft death. What is that?
Target
F8?
destroyed.
And SIG TSR. Maybe. Well, now it's looking like it's supposed to in a way. Yeah, Saber. I was about to say F8, but no. F8 would have been more tanky. You're right. It's probably a Saber. See, I went and set it back and it looks weird now. It's more purple. Yeah, I'm gonna get into Vulcan, probably set it for Vulcan, or maybe I'm gonna test both. That's another thing, global illumination. I see the purples when I bring that down. fuel, that quantum fuel, I'm burning a lot of that. That's for sure. Asteroid mining base. Oh damn, let's start. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go offline and really. Oh shit. Please don't crash. Okay. It's freaking purple, man. There we go. I really gotta get this dialed in. Uh, Default everything and leave it alone. 1 second. I'm gonna delete it out. Bear with me. Why is it purple? I don't know. It's the, okay, I know what it is. How's that? Is that better? It's not cutting off now, correct? sir. Yeah, I don't know, it's coming off as purple. Oh, thank you for the bits, man. Thank you, Ty. He's like, thanks for getting rid of that frustration from me, Kimmy. Good Lord, man. 30K days. Yeah, it's going away, Ty. The things that they were doing, they were alluding to in the monthly report with the unique identifier that will tell us what basically a shard is very similar to SQL Server, where SQL uses an object ID. Everything under that ID, you can list all the things that belong to that unique identifier, which is our character, which is our shard. So what it is saying is that it will travel well, meaning across servers, across dynamic servers, which will spin down and spin up, as long as it has that shard. And that shard could exist in its own bubble of time. If a server goes down or crashes, another server will spin up, and then you see authority taken or passed to the new server, from the old authority from the old server to the new server, and those shards, which is the object identifier like SQL Server, will carry your entity and all of its belongings. So that's true persistent, no more 30Ks, to your point. It's some cool stuff, man. It's some cool freaking stuff. And I'm blanking out. I know it's purple. I gotta change it, man. I have no choice. I have no choice but to tweak the damn thing. I don't know what's going on. Why is it doing that? I don't know. I gotta investigate. Look at the hue is off. I'm gonna send the saturation. Watch this. I'm gonna zero everything out. It's purple for some reason. It's like almost if you once you touch it, that's it. Setting what to 128? The hue? Is that the hue? Oh my God. Okay. OBS. Oh crap. Not the capture card. I know, Fimbra. As if. Oh God. Perfect settings. I know, right? Yeah. Okay, let's look at freaking OBS, man. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's a reset. Where is it on OBS that you're talking about? Is it under video? Discord. Oh, doing it on Discord. Oh no, I'm not using Discord. Posted it in Discord. Okay. Ah, gotcha. Oh yeah, my hue is all over the place. I just saw that. Oh, I think that might be it. Oh 07 Vic, 07 Todd. He said, that looks good. In other words, get your damn hands off the, hands up. Holy shit. Man, it is crazy. I'm thinking it's the card, it's not the Kobe freaking S. Holy smokes. Woo!
Quantum drive is now on.
It was OPS.
Quantum drive is now.
Up 34 clicks out.
Shields
Asteroid
online.
field. I think he comes into view. Okay, there he is. Oh shoot! Trouble, trouble, trouble. It's about 14 clicks out. It's in a Scorpius. Oh damn, a Hornet. Oh, and a Freelancer. I may have my hands full. All right. Oh damn, those asteroids are moving. Here we go, we're almost there. 2.5. Weapons free. He's in a buck over here. Almost in range. All right. Weapons free. Why isn't he fighting?
Target destroyed. Shields hit.
Oh, damn. What the hell, man? That's a freaking caterpillar. Oh, crap. Okay. No worries, no pressure. Got some rubber banding going on. Oh, don't you black out. Don't you black out. If I take out the other targets. Freaking freelancer. Whoa. Hornet.
Weapon system destroyed.
What? Oh, I'm getting my handed to me, man. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. Turbulence.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is
No
now
way.
on.
Right, but you gotta. Ain't no way. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Quantum fuel is at 50%.
Oh, your saturation in the. Let me see. See what it looks like. Holy crap! Look at that. My butt's been handed to me. Good gosh, man. That looks like a new concept for a new that's a concept for a new ship. Holy smokes. That's a concept for a new ship. No, that caterpillar, I think we're starting to see. I don't know. Did I have the right weapons for it though? I should have hit it with missiles, but I wasn't even putting a dent into the caterpillar. And then you had a freelancer and a hornet out there, and the scorpion had his wings folded. Like, I don't know. I don't need to do anything to take you out. I'm just watching. I'm like, no, man. Holy smokes. Busted. I'm almost at the station for repairs.
Quantum
Oh,
drive is now off.
Woo! This looks like a brand new concept ship. Oh my gosh. I'm like, wait a minute, my weapon systems is blown off. What are you saying?
Shields
Man, they weren't playing with me. I was in over my head at the moment. I just learned my targeting system, that the little green circle is if you place it on in front of the ship or on the actual ship, that means you're hitting the target. I think I like that. I might like that. Look, they're still out there too. Maybe I get repairs and go back. Be a glutton for punishment. There's a pad I can sit down on. Damn, the only thing that's not damaged is my landing gear. What the hell, man? Hey, never say never. I can heal up and get back into the fray. I see this, but my colors are just slightly washed. Ooh. 100K of damage? You freaking kidding me? Whoa. Okay, it looks like on mine I need to do the opposite, bring my saturation up a bit. Is it not working? Hold on now. Oh no, don't tell me this. I basically, it's repaired type of deal. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's go. That's the plan.
landing gear.
Bounty, training, resource management, resource acquisition. Maybe we can get all disciplines of the org operations in. What the hey? I'm going back and try, man. This is what it's all about. Challenge. Oh, 7 Vic. Get some rest. Good night, sir. See you soon. It's the weekend.
Quantum drive is now on.
Let's go. It is a pricey bounty, and I'm being a little greedy, Fenrir.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
I'm in over my head, man. But I'm gonna see if I can systematically take them down. I think when we get Maelstrom's system fully implemented into the ship's algorithm, we'll probably see accurate depictions of a ship being repaired. Let's go. Okay. You have functionality, but in some instances here, we see we need Maelstrom. Probably this is why we don't have repair. This tells you right here. That's an indicator. Okay, I'm getting closer. I'll go for the Hornet first, then the Scorpius. I'm going to try to systematically take them down, so that way I'm not getting random hits from the entities flying around me. So that way I can whittle down to just that one ship that is the targeted ship, the Drake Caterpillar. But a lot of these things, systems are going to change. I guess I'm wearing it out, but Maelstrom.
Quantum drive is now off.
Here we go.
Shields offline. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Shields online.
I hear that turbulence. 07. They come. It's that ruffling sound, that rumbling sound. Turbulence in space? I don't know. Is that representing the thrusters working hard?
Okay.
That's my target. But if I get that, I'm done. I finished the mission. Well, hell, I can even use missiles now. It's 11 clicks out.
Okay.
Buddies are popping it now. Oh, they have a blade with them? What the hell? Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Oh, damn. Stay away, stay away. And he punches hard. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, shit. Lost my wing.
Shields hit.
Oh, damn. His wings are open now. Is he getting hit or damaged? Time to kill.
Shields hit.
Gotta get good, baby. Taking them down one by one.
Shield down.
Oh, damn. Oh, he rubber banded. He rubber banded. Oh, damn, Fimra. Damn.
Target destroyed.
Get one, man. Get yourself one. They're rubber banding like crazy. But not as bad, though. It's still rubber banding. You can tell when it rubber bands, but it's not as bad as I've seen it in the past.
Shields hit.
Got his ass. His buddy. That freelancer. That's a horse. That freaking freelancer is a horse. Oh, you feeling it now. You feeling it, baby. You feeling it.
Target
Oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's make it happen, Cap.
Let's make it happen, Cap.
Oh, I see you, buddy. I see you. Shit. Oh, shit. Hold up, Fenrir. Let me see if I can share a mission. Contract. Share. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Putting that damage on him. Putting that damage on him, baby. Come on, let's get that mission complete. Let's get that damn mission complete. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, we're about to get looting. We're about to get looting. Tootin' looting. We're about to get the toot looting. He's taking some hits.
shields.
Oh shit. Stand on ceremony. Oh, got him. Yeah, baby, we got it. We got it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get that loot. Get that loot. Get that loot. I'll stay in the area. I'll stay in the area. Get repairs and get back and get this loot. Woo. Nice. Scanning. Oh, look at that. Corundum, scrap. He has quartz, tungsten, iron, titanium, and copper. Ferrocane. What about the other targets? What about the freelancer? Let me scan that freelancer. Yep, on it. I think that's him in front of me. Yeah, getting in close. But nice to have had some Quantanium. I guess the targeted person was going to have the stuff. Let's see. Parts. Has jump drives. Oh, weapon. Panther. Repeater. Oh, I might want that. Cargo. No cargo. The Outlaws faction. Is he flying away? Oh no. Is he? Oh no. Wait a minute. Dude, where do you think you're going? Hatch open. What is that in the inside? Oh, there's Fimmer, there's cargo here. He's got cargo in there. It's not showing what it is. It's not coming up on radar. Hold on. Wonder why. There's boxes there, but it. Oh, he has corundum. Cargo is corundum, scrap, iron, titanium, and quartz. Not much, but you never know when the economy system comes up. That could be just as valuable as Quantanium. I wonder why it was not shown to me until I opened the hatch. That's odd. Was that something new? Look at that. It's in there. Hey, it's a plus. Uh-oh, ship is spinning. Turn it off, stand up, sit down. Yeah, I mean, based on the complexity of the mission. But then again, it should be random or procedurally done every so often. So it throws us off. So the expectations, it does not curtail the effort or you know you're going to put in effort. And if you don't get something good, oh, well, you continue the effort, right? But then you can get bored of it after a while, because then it's like, oh, I expect this. Nah, I'm good. I think I'm gonna get repairs.
Shields offline.
to a small station. 07. Short distance station. Yeah, well, I shared it with you. Did you? You didn't share. You didn't pick up the share. Ah, um, okay, nice. Good deal. Good deal.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Man, I'm beat up. I'm beat up badly. I'm beat up. Holy smokes. I don't know why it zeroed out and stopped flying. That was odd.
Shields online.
All right.
Landing gear deployed.
Gotta slow it down quick. Beat up. He is beat up. All right. That's a bug.
All systems offline.
Oh, damn. I was about to say, okay, she's in good shape. No. Maelstrom system, come on. Oh.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been moved to
Hey, I have things cooking in the refinery. Should be ready.
Katoma, please report to management as soon as possible. Katoma to management.
To management. All right. We are ready. I would say FINRA,
Report to the manager's office if you think it's yours.
mine, same cap. So mine will get a number of minerals working in the refinery. Then we'll switch up, do some bounty hunting, make some successful missions, then come back and make our cargo run of the refined minerals.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
So while the refinery rocks are processing, we'll run some bounties and really exponentially expand on that UEC while the refinery rocks are working. Yep.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
Build up the
retrieval system.
portfolio. Get some skill sets. Yes. Yeah. We can build some skill set while our industrial processes are working.
Your vehicle has been delivered to
It'll
the
work
following
out. While we're cooking, we're shooting. While they're cooking, we're bringing them in cold. Yes, sir. We're not sitting idle by, and it's just like, nope. We get that stuff processed and get some other processes working in our favor. Double back, drop the refined minerals off. Oh yeah.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
This sets us up nicely for 4.2. The next patch sets us up. I'm hearing that that's not until what, August? 4.2. Let's see. Yeah. Probably going to keep refining until August. Drop it August. Yes, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna mine and bounty hunt. Mine and bounty hunt. Yeah, I think August is probably when we see 4-2. They may add some things to it. I think they may have time to add some of the low-hanging fruit that's possible for them to get into that next drop or the live drop. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, I'm always open. It's just my time constraint and just like, okay, I don't know how long I'm gonna get in or be able to stay on, but I don't want to get people in and then it's like, hey, see, I gotta go. But yeah, this weekend, oh man, it's on, man. It's on. Get the UEC. We got to get that UEC, man, before they drop the new patch. Build up. Get resources built up for sure. Oh, 07. I would say early or probably before afternoon. I'm gonna probably next hour or so get things prepped up, throw some stuff on the grill, and let it do its thing. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be on. It's the weekend, man. It's gotta do it. Gotta balance it. All right. Is that like a tomahawk steak? Is that what you're calling a Tommy? What? Is that a tomahawk steak? A Tommy? Oh my gosh. That's the first time I heard of that. Oh my. Nice. I like it. Tommy gun. Tommy gun. Oh wow. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh, that's killer right there. Holy smokes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely steak sandwich. That's gonna be killer. Good gosh. That's gonna be delicious, man. And then all the seasonings will be all integrated by then. The smokiness. Oh my gosh. Dress it up with some chilies, lettuce, tomato, mayo. I'm just streaming, wishing I could have it right now. But holy smokes. All right, touchdown. Crew 07. Yes. Hey, we're looking to get some things done tomorrow, crew. If you're up for it, let's go. We're going to do mining and bounty hunting at the same time. 07, sir. Always a pleasure. Definitely. We're going to get this UEC together prior to any patch release, which is at some point in a month or so with 4.2. Build up the resources for sure. Definitely. We're looking to do that. But yeah, crew, we earlier was talking about, you know, some of the things on the roadmap, but also it was subtly big news. It was right in our faces in regards to CIG and their inventory system, what they're working on, and how that inventory is pulling in other disciplines of the features that they're adding, like for example, Maelstrom system, because they were showing evidence of crafting, physicalized items, items that, and the reputation system, because they actually stated if you crafted a certain item and it was purchased or traded for by that person, it shows your name as who crafted it and who created that particular piece. May it be a torso or armor, pieces of armor. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, are we not seeing this? That they are looking, they're putting in things, and their approach, they're putting in a number of things, but it looks like a holistic approach because they relate and they need each other. The Maelstrom system, inventories, well, yeah, physicalized objects, but also the reputation and crafting. Those are huge elements that's coming together. And to show that their intent is to synchronize all of that. Yeah, it's no telling what we get at the end of this year. I'm hoping, for me, the big ticket item would be bringing in parts of the engine to get it to a state where we have most of it as a foundational piece. But yeah, the next few patches is going to be something to look for, and also they, of course, which is their staple, 5 actually unannounced ships. I was excited about that. Yes. Get something to eat. Oh, yeah. Oh man, crew. I made some flank steak beef and Thai fried rice, extra spicy. Man, it was crazy. Crazy. But tomorrow I plan to do crab cakes, beef ribs, Jamaican jerk chicken thighs, mac and cheese salad. Hey man, does anyone have any idea what to expect for the next big patch? 4.21? I can pull it up for a bit and talk about it and discuss it with you, for sure. I'm gonna drop this cargo in, and yeah, I'll get it dialed in. I'll put it on screen. Also, Jarrett did the Star Citizen Live, which is the inventory system, but also they alluded to that they're going to announce this ship and it's going to be on ISC next week. So, anyone know what the Meteor will be? RSI Meteor? It sounds like it's a interceptor ship in the lines of the Buccaneer. Fast, punch, has a punch to it. This Thursday, I believe. Next Thursday. Is it next Thursday? Yeah. So they did the ISC, the Star Citizen Live today. So next week is going to be Inside Star Citizen, introducing the new ship, Meteor. Yeah, it's RSI base. It's John Crew alluded to. He revealed that was a big reveal for him. In that regard, knowing, hey, we're gonna get it this year, and that's the thing. That's a big question. Is it concept, or is it the actual ship that's going to be released, or is it coming in IAE? But now, granted, I think that it'll be here this year, of course. But when? Presumably IAE? I don't think in the next week or so, unless, I don't know, man. Oh, you know what? They did say that this particular ship, or ship that they're working on, was one of the fastest going through the production line in history for them. We'll see. Yeah, the Starliner. He did say that. He said that on the video today. That that's his. But then he has other ships too. But he did say the Jalopy. Maybe that's his way of calling the Starliner a Jalopy. I don't know. But it looks like he's doing a lot of other things at the studio, like helping the devs with tech support. You never know. He's doing a lot, and it's not pertaining to making videos. But I think I think it's almost go time for him, because they're about to set up and go full on with the virtual CitizenCon. I think we may get some surprises. We kind of feel as though, it's virtual, but then some people are, yay, it's virtual, save money, use that money for developing the game. I think it's going to be a lot of a hype build up and excitement, because we know Squadron will be announced. But I will not bat an eye. I've said this before. I'm going to keep saying it. If they say December 31st, 2026, I'm totally fine with that. That means that they have all the time that they need if it comes down to, hey, I didn't know that was buggy. Or, hey, I need to fix that. They definitely have an opportunity to ensure that once it's delivered with the true gold standard. They have every opportunity. Crew, you got to put that on your bucket list. I'm telling you, it's next world. It's next world. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of interaction, a lot of excitement. But you definitely got to put it on the bucket list. I hope that CIG realizes, hey, we need to go to the Down Under and do one as well, you know. Hopefully in the future, once they really get themselves solidified as a game publishing company, a one-stop shop that they can send personnel and do virtual ones in conjunction with the actual CitizenCon. I think that would go well with the world community that is Cloud Imperium Games. It would come off very well. But they kind of said that with the virtual that they're gonna pop in. If they know that it's in a public place, they're going to pop in. But you just had to notify where you're gonna be, so they'll put that on the to-do list. But I have no problem with them doing this one virtual. I, for one, also am a fan of, hey, the resources, it saves them a lot in resources, finances. It, in turn, allows them to stay focused on Squadron 42, get that out of the doors. Gives them a lot of flexibility, financially speaking, personnel. Renting out expensive venues, prop making, that's another cost, making props. That had to be some money. Correct. Yeah. Make it local. I think everyone should have the opportunity to partake in a local one sponsored by Cloud Imperium Games. I think that will be the norm once they're fully set up and established as I said, a gaming development publishing company. And they have solid and guaranteed stability once Squadron 42 releases and it's a hit. It's a smash hit. Then there's no stopping the train then. Full steam ahead. All right. Run this cargo, sell it, and I'm going to queue up. We can go over and look at some of the things that they addressed last couple of days, crew. A recap of the recap. Yes, I did see that, and I really, being a fan of this TV series, I couldn't look away, crew, and I said, I was so upset because it's like, I was torn, man. You know it. I mean, if anybody captures the essence of Star Citizen or the essence of The Expanse, it's Star Citizen and The Expanse. I mean, it captures the essence, but the gravity boots, the approach to how you approach an enemy using the mag boots to be inverted. Oh man, the zero G gravity, the respect of it, the ships, as you know from the series, they were very they had that simulated realism to it, and of course it just made me shudder to think if that flight model goes well with players from the Expanse. Oh man, I don't know. Would that be a missed opportunity by CIG? But it's, you're looking at the style and the aesthetics of these ships in Star Citizen. You say you can't have you refuse to have your ship fly like that. But then again, if it's in space, it's in space. And I don't know. Maybe people would not be so opposed or disliking the style of gameplay, or so up in arms, or I mean just having these passionate debates over how it should fly. But it's interesting to think about, what if we would fly the ships like with Newtonian physics and just say it is what it is. That I don't know. Let me. It didn't come across like that, crew. It wasn't advertised that way. So I tend to believe that it's a single player experience. But I just looked, and I had to look away. I'm like, how am I gonna do this? I was already thinking of, hey man, and then I was hoping it was just on console, and then after the trailer, it was like, yeah, it's also on PC, and I said, oh crap. That was a heartbreaker. Chat, this is what we were talking about. Here's the link. Holy smokes. Action, okay, third person action RPG. About to lose my, miss my plane stop. Earther, Martian, or Belter. So it's factions. Yeah, it's not. No, it's a single player experience, I believe. I'm looking at it now. But those Newtonian physics, though. I think it's going the route of like Starfield, which I think there's space for it. Literally space. No, this is. It's an RPG. Oh, and this is more about the game. This is another link that. Oh, definitely. It's gonna be gamified. at that little model. Oh damn, $289 for the collector's edition. Let's see, characters. Combat. Exploration. So basically you're kind of playing out the series. Yeah, it's interesting. It really is. And now I can just safely, look at it from afar. I respect it though. It has my respect. And I hope it does very well. Whew. But yeah, to think about maybe the flight model will be a little more on the Newtonian side. Like maybe when you fly, it's almost like you're flying decoupled automatically because it is space. But then when it gets into atmosphere, it flies like a plane or does its best impersonation of flying like a plane. So the differences between VTOL and aerodynamically sound ships, I don't know. It's going to be talked about for sure. That's what I wanted to see, that 6 mil range. Getting there. Nice. Okay, let me pull up the Okay, let me pull up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We are queued up. Once again, we need to see this.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. I'm Jared, and I'm the host of Star Citizen Live, a show that we used to do every week and have only done like 4 times this year because a bunch of the people who I work with changed the very nature of our project. For the better. It's been a good year. If you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, and you're so lucky if you haven't, it's where we take about an hour out of the end of our week, and I invite CIG developers onto the show, and we talk about various work things. Usually they come back. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's like, Jared, what the heck did you get me into? And I'm like, well, it's not easy. But on today's show, it's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those shows where we get deep and. Nope, that's not where I wanted to go with that. We're gonna go heavy into one of the most attractive and exciting topics of all: economy, loot, mission rewards, inventory systems.
Inventory system.
No, it's going to be a good one. So joining us on the show this week, we have
Economy.
members from several different CIG teams who all come together to work on these various systems. So we'll go
That's
around
good.
and introduce them. This is one of those Zoom calls, so everybody's at their desk because we didn't have enough chairs. So we're
Good.
going to start with who? Let's go to Zoom and see who's on the screen. Who do we start with? Jacob! Congratulations, you won the Zoom lottery. Who are you and what do you do?
Yeah, hi. I'm Jacob. I'm a senior gameplay programmer, and I'm here this time because I have been programming a lot of these stuff for loot and harvestables, which is what all of these wonderful designers will be talking about for the rest of the show. Yeah.
Okay. Randomizer here. Declan, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Hello. Yeah, my name's Deck, system designer. Work on crafting, which we'll talk a little bit about.
Crafting.
Inventory reworks, which is very exciting.
Immediately next to you, Luke, who are you and what do you do?
Hi, I'm Luke, and I am here to talk to you about loot.
Lute. The musical instrument, you mean?
Yeah, I'm going to play the loot.
Okay. Wouldn't it be the weirdest thing we've ever done on SEO? Andre, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Hi, I am Andrei. I'm the economy designer.
And what does an economy designer do?
We take care of almost everything that has to do with shops, value of items, rewards. Yeah, so almost everything.
And you're the reason everybody's unhappy.
Yes.
And across from you, Nick, who are you and what do you do?
I am Nick. I'm also an economy designer and also involved in everything, but not the reason that any of you are unhappy.
Okay. So if we have Andre, why do we need you?
We have 4 economy people. We have 3 economy designers and an incredible technical person who I'm not even sure what his job title is because he knows so much stuff. So Andre is lead and oversees everything. I mostly focus on missions and rewards and item prices and events and working with the mission team and the world famous Elliot Maltby. And Connor is commodities and trade routes and new systems and all the free trading and all that kind of stuff.
He's the pretty face of economy.
Connor is, yeah, Connor is.
No, you.
Come on, Luke.
Come on.
And you mentioned Elliot Maltby. It's a shame that he couldn't be here on the show with us this week.
Yeah, it is. It's a real shame, but the terrible accident meant that...
Accident completely his own fault and brought upon himself.
Into right. No, I've got people messing with my desk and I'm in the middle of an SEL. Hi. Should I introduce myself? I'm Elliot Maltby, the lead mission designer.
And I spend all my time on Twitch chat.
Yeah, spend all my time on Twitch chat or making you all shoot each other, according to Reddit.
I saw a post that said you were one of the masterminds of the entire persistent universe the other day because you listen to Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, like I was just playing Schedule 1, chilling.
All right, so on today's show, we're going to go through a couple different topics. This is going to be a bit of a different show than normal. We are going to have a section at the end for questions from our community. But today, I want to go through basically the 4 key pillars of how items and stuff are acquired in the verse. To start, we're going to start with economy or money, things you can buy with money. So, Andre and Nick, obviously, as economy designers, we're going to start with you here. How do you decide what goes into a shop and where?
Well, as I mentioned, shops are part of our job. So first of all, we want to make sure that everything in the every game loop, every career in the game is accessible. So every activity I want it to be accessible. So if you want to trade, for example, you're always going to find the FPS trading tool, or you're going to find sorry, I'm a bit nervous, obviously. You're always going to find the if you want to trade, you're always going to find a tractor beam. You're going to find a ship that has a cargo grid. If you want to mine, you're going to find an attachment for that multi-tool. You're going to find a prospector. More than that, we try to keep everything tied to narrative. So you're going to find burritos in Stanton, and you're going to find rats on a stick in Pyro. And sometimes we just have fun with it. For example, Connor suggested that every farm in Pyro should have shotguns. He's from Texas, by the way.
Okay, and I think I sent a thread to Nick the other day about how because Hurston was so salvage focused and everything, maybe Hurston should have salvage items in their stores and whatnot. There's a lot of thought that goes into positioning where something goes, not just how much it costs. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean that's actually the kind of thing that their narrative team they would have a lot to talk about in this SCL as well. The narrative team has all of the history of the Averse to date, and also all the stuff coming, and so they have a pretty good idea of the context of each location. So when it comes to what goes in what shops where, it's about bringing life to the stories that we already have by letting players, like Andre said, access to the game loops that are appropriate in each of those contexts, but without stopping people from playing things. So enabling game loops that fit the narrative. And
Andre, you said making things accessible from the start, but at some point you go beyond the start. You're in mid game, you get to end game, stuff like this. Is everything supposed to be available in the store? Where do you draw the line for that's not something that should be available in the store? That's something that should go to one of the other ways that you attain things.
It's very hard to say that there's a clear line. This is where a bit of the art comes in, and at some point you say, okay, this is an exclusive item, or this is something that you should only get into the end game, or maybe a lot of things, not even a maybe, that's going to be a certainty. A lot of things you're not going to be able to just buy from a shop. Because I don't want to make UEC the end all of the game. UEC is something that happens to you, helps you play the game, helps you fuel your ship or repair your ship, but should not be the way that you get the most important items in the game.
And it makes sense from a immersion standpoint that you wouldn't be able to go to a Hertz Rent-A-Car and pick up a Polaris or an Idris. You know, you can't go to a rental shop and buy a battleship today. Now, again, there are always exceptions and stuff like that. Somebody's going to say the 890 jump's available here and whatnot, but it's obviously with the game system, you make exceptions here and there in order to make things available to players at certain parts of your development. But on the whole,
yes,
we don't want to put everything in one place because we have to encourage players in traditional game design to go throughout the universe and try different things in order to attain their stuff. How do you price things? Is there some kind of matrix, or are you just also using art?
We are always using art, but there's a bit of technique that we apply of this, but actually many techniques. Of course, we first use an algorithmical approach, otherwise it would be impossible to put a price or a value on all the thousands and thousands of items we have in the game. And again, those items in different shops at different price points. Once we have that value from the algorithm, then we start to apply our own intuition. We apply our expertise. We apply the experience we have by playing the game, and we do let's call it a sanity check, if we think that the algorithm is giving us the right value or not, and then we adjust the price or we adjust the algorithm depending on the on the situation. Nick used a lot of this algorithm, actually more than myself, because with FPS you have a lot of different items. You have guns and you have armors, and maybe he can tell us a bit about how he used the algorithm and
So it's like you say, the number of items and the number of shops and the number of locations, and then just even thinking about the future of the game when that's obviously going to be even broader. You can't price everything individually, and it wouldn't be sensible to price everything individually. And in fact, everything is connected. All the prices of everything are connected. I don't think that's going to come to us as a surprise to anyone. But I mean, if you think of something like ammo, for example, you take assault rifle ammo, well, that's going to be priced relative to the stopping power or possibly the desirability of the assault rifle itself, which has its own price. And then that's related to, say, the price of pistols or the price of railguns. And the price of railguns is an interesting one. The decision to make railguns that and missile launchers so you can't buy them in shops is a deliberate decision to encourage not just NPC shop trading, but it's really, really important to us to have vibrant player trading, and we don't currently have the full systems to support that, but you guys are really resourceful and you're going to make it happen, and we want to encourage that. So yeah, railguns are not available in shops, but they're absolutely available around the verse, and they have a value, and everyone knows that value. And then you've
Sometimes
got armor.
me and Nick will talk about, we'll look at the black market.
Absolutely.
The org that I'm in, we do gun running and we sell, and not that I've infiltrated, but we use those data points that like we do in our org and how we do gun running to also influence, because obviously we put our worth on it based on the effort that we put up front for you to get it, but then you put your own worth on it for you guys to get profit, and we take that sort of stuff into account as well.
It's super important. I mean, if you take something like the Antium armor set, for example, like that has a value. It fits in with the algorithm. It makes sense. But the Antium armor set has a completely separate value to the people in the game because of its rarity, because of its availability and content. And that's why it's all related to it. So certain...
This is cool, but I think the end game for all these items that they're talking about, I look at it and it says, okay, it's lootable. You can keep it. It's yours. You collect it. It's fine. But at the end of the day, what is that going to look like? You know, putting so much time into this, and what is it going to look like when you're able to fully craft armor and set up its density type, set up 100% or percentages of what that material is? And knowing that Maelstrom actually can, you know, help with a lot of things, I think the value, I think that the values for these items that they're working on will go down once we're able to craft and build armor ourselves based on criteria of the types of metals to give you more density, but slows you down. More weight slows you down. It can account for that. So I would just, in other words, if they're not able to work on the cornerstone pieces because for whatever reason, I would just not go into so far with these current systems or like armor that they're working on now. I would love to see them put the time into the more concrete aspects of just in general.
Certain items are only available through content. Certain items are only available. There's a whole content waterfall of items coming from the dollar store all the way through into the game, and there's an appropriate level of when those things are introduced to various parts of the content in the game, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's all related. And then on the other side of that is mission rewards and sandbox gameplay. And this is where EVR comes in so that we can balance the risk and the reward of those kinds of things. And essentially both of those come together in the middle. And like I say, in the future, we want you to have a better view into how all of these things are related to each other. That's future work with UI and backend data. So you can make meaningful choices about how you want to spend your money on the particular resources or crafting or whatever it is in the future.
Definitely
Even though it's
crafting.
quite simplistic right now, that's not where we want it to end.
Okay.
And we need the player economy.
Do you ever intentionally price something high or weird to make it rare in the verse?
Yeah, we did the Xenofret helmet, the Commander Xenofret helmet. We rocketed that up, and I'm pretty sure we put like 69,420 in it as well because we thought it'd be funny.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
for sure.
there are perks of working at CIG. If you come to me and tell me I want that to go a bit up or down, you know what? I'm going to be a friend.
Okay. Folks paying attention right now know that there's an exploit. I think it's alleged you to duplicate things like Janelite and sell it for a whole bunch of stuff. Folks are working on that. We're not going to talk about the fix for that and the adjustments for that right now. That's not being done by any of us. But I did want to ask. I mean, the timing on this. We've had the show scheduled for about a month and a half, and then this happens. How frustrating is it to you personally when things like this happen?
Well, you can only imagine how frustrated it is to have your work affected by a bug that nobody would foresee. And you're right.
But I'm glad they do.
For many colleagues that are working to fix those bugs.
Okay. And last question before we move into loot and stuff. Sorry, I took this one from.
You said, is it just me, or is this change to a player-driven economy over NPC-driven economy a huge change that kind of came out of the blue last sitcom? I think they're placeholding it and getting it ready once the actual economy system is in. And I believe isn't it called Star Sim? Let me check. Let me fact check. It's actually it has you have an effect, right? But you don't. But here's the other side of it. They want you to have an effect, but they don't want you to bottleneck. That's the thing. They don't want an org to come in and bottleneck a section that is a trading line, a trading post or trading route, and you lock it down in order to just be able to say, hey, simply I can do this. They have fail safes that's NPC driven. And I think you're making me think about the fact that if they don't have NPCs properly curtailing that kind of behavior to lock systems down, then yeah, it's going to break the game. But if you have the NPCs ready to go, up to snuff, and basically prevent people from camping and bottlenecking, stuff like that, then it will continue to grow and build. Yeah, it is called Star Sim. It's the back-end systems and tools simulating the state of the universe and economy, and all while dynamically responds to players' actions. This is what they're talking about, the player influence. It's in the roadmap. It's on the 1.0 initiative. So yeah, it will respond to players' actions, but it also will simulate the state of the universe, which is ran by the economy and its interactions by the players. Like, for example, you have pirates flying around destroying ships. Well, guess what? Those ships have to be recreated. So now they're going to tell the miners, hey, I need tungsten steel. I need aluminum. I need it now. And if they don't get it quick enough, the prices of that demand will go up. Aluminum, tungsten, metals, titanium, it all will go up in higher prices due to players, actually going out destroying ships. So that's one prime example right there.
From Reddit here. Does Star Citizen even have an economy?
Wow, that's a multi-layered question. It's such a short and simple question, but yeah, there are many layers. It's not the comprehensive economy we'd like to have in the future, but I think we are step by step getting there. I can give you the big picture how we laid the foundation for. So, for example, we started in 2024 by doing a full balance of as many systems and items as you could. So probably you saw different prices for ships, for FPS items, for armors.
Oh, Ty, you're saying, no, well, let's get clarity here. It's crew saying player driven. No, it has influence, but player driven. No, I would say there's players influence or reputation causing things to initiate or to spin up, but it's a factor within it. But yeah, the driver is that point, not with that 90%, and which is the NPCs and the NPCs that are the ghosts in the machines. So things are being fulfilled on the back end with them because there's a demand. If things are being held up, processes are being held up, they will come through, and NPCs will change it. Well, you'll slightly see some physical aspect of it, but literally we've dubbed them as the ghost in the machine. On the back end, they're actually, if someone tries to lock some things down and there's a physical push to move them and that's not successful, then the ghost in the machine will work around that as if it's that person's not there, or that group or org is trying to block things. They are the ghosts in the machines that will actually, hey, the goods were delivered. It's the actual players who will miss out on those opportunities, because maybe that org is a large org and they're trying to lock down a location until NPCs get there and wipe them off the map to clear that branch, that clogged up branch. But right now they cannot do it. NPCs need traversal, which was in the roadmap that they were talking about, working on traversal.
For components, for fuel, for the rewards for the missions, change commodities, trade routes, and many more that I cannot even remember from the top of my head. This year we are focusing on big data, we are focusing on tools, we are focusing on the back-end work that needs to be done, and those things that needs to be built before we get to that. And now here insert your adjective, dynamic, live, responsive, all those things that we want to put into the economy that we all dream to have, and the economy that I joined the company to build. But we need to do that background work first, and you're not going to see those results in the game for some time. Only after that we can focus on UI and systems that are going to system that is going to expose all that work to you, the player. So until then, we
say expose. That's Chris's mandate, is probably when it's ready, but it will gradually come online. So yeah, you're not going to immediately see it. It's iterations being implemented into the system. But yeah,
we're doing stuff like you could see still this year, but trade routes being adjusted. You're going to see commodities changing price according to narrative and according to the events that we put in the game. We're going to offer more ways for you to extract value from all the content that we introduce to the game. So yes, you're going to always see changes. We have an economy, but step by step we are going to go to that economy that we all dream to have in the future.
That's it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate not just that you answered the question, but that you allowed me to ask such a pointed question. And yes, I think you acquitted yourself very well. Thank you so much for your answer. Let's move into things you find out in the universe. Luke, talking loot here. What are the rules? How do we decide what goes into loot and where?
Well, don't forget that of that percentage is the Vandal, which will come in and perform reads. I think within Terra's jurisdiction or their area of rule, you won't see them acting or doing anything peculiar.
Well, I think anyone who plays games enough kind of knows what to expect from loot, and we're not going to reinvent the wheel there. But for a long time, loot was owned by individual content designers.
It's going to be
so it got a little bit.
It's going to have to wait, Fimmer.
And an initiative.
It's going to have to wait, but I think the closest thing to that will be the opening up of Nyx, because the neighboring system actually is Vandal territory next door to Nyx. So they also stated that there will be raiding parties that the Vandal will launch at any given time targeting Nyx itself. So you could be just about ready, finishing up loading, or you maybe just started, or you can be in the middle of loading a lot of cargo, and the Vandal raid happens procedurally. What do? What are you capable of doing? I think you're going to see some really cool things. But yeah, it should be pretty good. Should be awesome. We get that system going.
Start of this year,
I'm ready for it.
I've taken it over as a systems designer to try and get things back to consistent again. And hopefully you'll notice that in it was a line, was it Mine to Align and the most recent Stormbreaker locations.
Align to Mine. How could you forget?
Well, we called it Orbageddon, right? Like
That's an internal name. You're not supposed to share internal names for this stuff. We have some really terrible internal names for things.
Yep.
Hex Penetrator.
Like less said about that, the better. Okay, so basically we just take a few things like into account category of the item, rarity and size, because they all have to fit in a box. So we have 4 main categories, which are weapons and ammo, armor, medical, and then miscellaneous. And those ones are distinguished visually by different boxes. Miscellaneous can then be broken down into more specifics like food, mining, repair, so that if the level designers have like a cafeteria or a garage, they can place things that make more sense in there. And then we have 5 rarities: common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. You'll find the first 4 of those in loot boxes. We have 3 different rarities of loot boxes: common, uncommon, rare. Epic, we don't have a box of that, but it appears in all those boxes in a very small amount.
Yeah.
With you.
Yeah, the Ian, what is his name? Ian, he was talking about Nyx, and he said that, careful, it's next to Vandal occupied system. I mean, it doesn't. I don't believe it doesn't have to, but I think he did state that it is close. Let me see something. pull up the audio. Ian Leyland, that's his name. I almost call him Ian Fleming. It's Leyland.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out two things.
No extra cost to, like we have today. Well, you can sing.
It was Ian who said it.
And contribute. This
Shield Core, which oversaw system planetary shield tech. Learning more. To talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So, to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke.
1 second.
There it is. So, we have our group. What do you guys think?
Let's see, Ian. Okay, I think it's
mission
here.
content.
He was talking about
after achieving the required amount of oh, all right, okay, all right, okay. So, let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is. Well, it's awesome, right? All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me...
Wait a minute, it was Nick
these
back
gameplay
here.
And these will lead to open lander pad, and that is to the hangars. Take a closer look at the main. There are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the system.
Okay, it says borders, Vandal space.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And, as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation, giving a unique identity for a landing zone. So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
He's showing video.
Look. Kraken! And as you saw in the updating the interior layout, these gameplay areas will and as the name says, that will you're running a mission is like the way
All right, awesome. Look. Is that are arrayed around and Kraken! All right, cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look. All right, awesome. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look. But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look. Updating the interior layout to provide better access. These gameplay. All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops. And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content to remove hangar wait time. Take a closer look at the main POI. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space.
That's it. There it is. It borders Vandal space. But it's not a system, but it's their space. So I guess that's the difference. But then there's still the outcome is or should be the same as if they were right next to the system. But Vandal space, it borders with the Vandal space. Just wanted clarity on that. This is the link where he says that it's timestamped. Oh no, Castra, it was more of a military base. They're not gonna try that at Castra, but now because of the lore and narrative, it was a military base. But I think they mentioned that it still has the capability to defend itself. But I think for them to do that, it would show a lack of intelligence on their part. But I would not rule it out. But for Nyx, it's an all-day thing. Well, it's like whenever. It's a random thing. Yeah, and I think the ARC map is probably going to go through another iteration of updating post Squadron 42 for sure. Yeah, it's decommissioned. But I think it may be able to still protect itself. I don't know. But yeah, next to Vandal space. But you know what? Another thing about Castra I think was so interesting and unique was we finally have true mountains in the game. Finally, the true high elevation.
More likelihood of getting rare if you are looking at a rare box. We don't have those distinguished visually yet, but that is the plan. We will be getting new models for those, so you'll be able to just glance at a box and see that, oh, that's a rare box. It'll be a lot shinier than the common one, I assume. And then we also have size of the item. We have 3 different sizes of boxes, and it makes sense that you can't find a rail gun.
No, I need a squirrel suit or a parachute, man.
And it tends to be that as things get more powerful, they get larger. So, you won't get, you'll only get the full suit armors inside the largest armor box. So it's kind of turned out that as far as gameplay goes, a large box, the size of a box, is actually, I think, more important than the rarity of a box, because what is rare? Like, it's kind of like a tint on an item or something like that. And then we have like legendary items, and those don't appear in loot boxes. Those are saved for the location. So in Horbageddon, in Align to Mine, or whatever it's called, we had the camo rifle, Vault Rifle. Don't shake your head. And we had the camo Hunter outfit, Hunter armor. And then in Stormageddon, we had Stormbreaker. We had the bright yellow radiation suits. Like, those will never be found anywhere else. They'll be found in those locations. Whereas all the other stuff that's kind of unique to those locations, it's only unique right now.
Purpose-based.
As they get older, they'll kind of spill out into other locations as well. And how we decide where they go, so those individual boxes or the loot, we draw a map of the location, and then we decide how difficult it is to get into all those rooms, and then assign them a loot value, and that determines whether they can have like uncommon or common loot inside them.
Randomize it.
Maybe good to mention, we are also making it like an active effort to go back through some of our old locations and update them sort of to snuff. Obviously there's no date on when that is or when that's going to finish, but it's something we are trying to do to make sure we be consistent.
And that will be done using the new kind of extension to the system that Jacob's currently working on, which makes it easier for us just generally to set up loot, to place loot, but also to define locations. So you'll start seeing like differences between Stanton and Pyro through loot.
Yeah, so a lot of what Luke has said is things that we're already doing. We're trying to make each location have its own themed loot in some way, but it currently takes quite a lot of manual intervention to make that happen. A lot of inefficiencies in the workflow. So I've been working on some extensions to the system to improve our tools around that and make it easier for designers to set up things in such a way that it can scale to all of our different locations, all our different systems, and grow for the future as well.
Yeah, when I first started on this, I remember you saying this system was made to place rocks and trees.
And one
it's
part
pretty
of
amazing
the system was made to place rocks and trees, and now it's grown, and it's even placing Atlas geosuits, I think.
You didn't say I couldn't, Jacob. If you don't tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna do it. All right.
Oh gosh.
God, that might be the truest words ever spoken in SEL.
I'm a designer. My goal is to get stuff done by any means necessarily, and if it means I'm using something called a harvestable to place down an Atlas, I'm gonna goddamn do it.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I respect that. But then I still
what you said at the time.
Yeah. I got it. What I do is I will try to adapt to the changing needs that the designers have as we're making new content, and what might not have been supported at one particular time will be supported later. So we keep growing our technology as the needs of our content and gameplay grow as well.
Yeah, that's actually where I want to take this. I want to ask you now. So obviously we're now using we've now taken the harvestable system and adapted it to better place loot and stuff. There are technical limitations that we just got done talking about. Luke, at the beginning of this, you mentioned that there was an organizational limitation before this year where all the individual content designers were responsible for doing this, and there wasn't any kind of global overarching theme or process to this.
Holistic.
With the growing technical aspects of the harvestable system, or whatever we're going to end up renaming it now that when we start using it for other things, and with this new organizational change, Luke, for trying to build,
I would call it the discovery interaction system.
Build a new kind of philosophy over everything. With the efforts Elliot mentioned to go back and revisit old places. Folks in chat are mentioning certain pyro locations that were built with the old mentality and stuff, and going back and revisiting those like this. What is the future of this look like? We're not giving any dates or anything. Where do we go from here? Does it just keep doing what we're doing, or are there more things we want to push for?
I can say some very far future stuff, but we hope to have consistently themed loot throughout the whole location, and that would encompass the stuff that the people you find there are wearing, what they'll be having in their backpacks, or any other clothing items they have, the stuff that you'll find around the location, and it'll end up being themed towards what that location is for or related to. So if you find a mining outpost, there'll be more mining related stuff. It's all about just being able to fine-tune the experience to be what you would expect to find there in the verse. And we have various initiatives on the go that are...
Sounds like they're gravitating towards your gameplay style. And if you're aware of where you are and what's... if you understand where you are, then you know what is available to you. And I think it's that... that synergy or that connection of, well, based on your passion or your efforts, you like to do this, you like to do that, they like to do this, they like to do those things. And so the items and things around you will be conducive to your style of gameplay. So it's by choice to where you, again, this is back what Tony Z was saying about, again, this is the thing that we're not seeing, and I want to highlight this. This is so important. What he's essentially telling us, go over there if you like that, but if you want that and you do that style of gameplay, it's over there. It's in that different direction based on this. And once you understand that's the paper trail, that is the breadcrumb to say, based on maybe even the naming convention or word of mouth, it's conducive to, there's probably an item that will enhance what I like to do with this particular location. What is it doing? You know what it's doing, right? It's what Tony Zurvik said about the dynamic server meshing tech a long time ago. They're going to get it up and running, but even it has its limitations. But it's best served, it is in its best light when you have people that are dispersed in all different directions and they're spread out. There it is. It's spreading you out so that they can get dynamic server meshing to work and to make it consistent. And so you're not going to be standing around in one location unless you want to do something that's intentional. So there's going to be safeguards for that. But in the grand scope of gameplay, you're going to be dispersed based on what you deem is fun in Star Citizen, or whatever you're loyal to, or whatever you may want to try. Those loot items won't all be in one place. They're going to be scattered out according to the discipline of that style of gameplay based upon your career. So that's a telltale sign dynamic server meshing is coming sooner than you think.
building us piece by piece towards that.
And because everybody gets a question.
Well, Todd, the high risk, high reward, that adheres and randomly applied to reputation. So consistently speaking, once the reputation system is established, then high risk and high reward should be parallel. Now the randomness with a slight awareness, maybe like what I just did as an example, I tried to go and do the mission and I had to go back and get repairs, but there was a high risk there, based upon the ships that was out there flying around. That's the randomness that you can, but you should always get a clue to say, I don't know about that. I'm not going to be that crazy. Yes, we will. We'll rack in. Pyro is supposed to be the highest risk area. They need to make it feel like that. There's more things at play that is not online yet, Todd, and that is for sure. NPCs are AWOL. We don't even have half or a quarter of the gang activity and their initiative isn't placed out there. They're what makes them go, they're not there. And we need that too, because as you traverse, you run into encounters of what gang are you affiliated with. They immediately recognize you're not that gang member that they associate with. You're the enemy. And that's another part of it that it's missing, right? And in that regard, at some point they're going to make it more dangerous. They'll have to. But then again, not really. They may just forego it and say, let it be. In other words, they don't need to do anything right now except get the quartet. Again, it comes back to, can you imagine what it's going to look like with a full player count? Well, a larger player count based on the concept of what server meshing, dynamic server meshing is going to do. Is potentially it's going to be packed. So yeah, that's going to change too. People, yeah, that's going to change. When you get those player volumes in, and knowing that they come into the game, especially newer players, hey, there's no penalties, there's no laws here, I won't get pinched. Yeah, you're gonna see that problem take care of itself in this sort of way. All CIG has to do is fortify it with mission givers that's based on infiltration, and also they're incorporating all these other little weapons and items. So stay tuned. But yeah, I think it's the first step is increased player counts, and then all of a sudden you're going to see, whoa, this is Pyro. But then they might go a little extra spicy by adding these other tweaks to it once they see that the player counts work for systems like that. So it fits the narrative. Well, the rep-based piece isn't what is going to make it high-risk reward. They need to make high-risk quality materials be in Pyro. Give people a necessity to go to Pyro. Yeah. Again, they want to see it, how it plays out with the increase of player counts, and determine what they do there in Pyro. And then once they have a consensus of, okay, we got the player counts, now we need it to incentivize or justify why are you over here. And even to an extent where you advertise it or make it solvable so that individuals will be fighting each other over it, as well as orgs. You have higher tiers of things that is considered a reward. Then you should have, all parties going after it, including the NPCs too. There you have it. I mean, it's different ways to approach it and layers that will assist and help them with what they want to do. But yeah, I think they're just still getting into, and they still have work to do with Pyro. They just need to be able to find ways to do it more efficiently and quicker. At the end of the day, that's what it's always going to be about. Run out of time.
that it's gonna be a little harder to answer. You know, Andre, still sorry for the economy one. Not really. You did great.
It's all right.
One of the things that separates us from other MMOs is that one of the many things anyway is we physicalize everything. All of this loot has to be physicalized. You can't we don't have a system where you can just throw something into somebody's bag and it's there and they wear it and it's there. It's all got to take up space. It's all got to be physically manipulatable and stuff. Does this? I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'm going to ask. Does this make your job easier or harder?
Fuck ton harder. Very hard.
That's your second bomb this this call. You got to be careful there.
I'm so sorry.
But yes, it makes it a lot harder for sure. In
challenge
there's
accepted.
like different layers to the physicalization as well. So just saying it takes up space. That means even within an inventory, we are measuring the dimensions of the item and the volume that it will take up. So that you can't fit a super long thing in a really small box, even if its volume would technically fit. So that gives more work for me to do in terms of the maths internally. But then there's more level design and system design kind of perspectives on this as well, which Luke might be able to say more about, of how we choose between when we're going to present the item to you physically in the world, or when we're going to present you with a loot box that you have to look inside.
Yeah, you asked, does it make it harder? I think it makes it harder for everyone, even the players, but especially the devs, because we have been physicalizing certain items. It's always the items that are particularly rare or useful. Like if we want to draw your attention to this, we'll put it in the world. We do that in like an eye-catching way within the level. So a line of mine we place for vault weapons and gun racks. Recently those got lit consistently to really show off what's inside there. And there was the radiation suit is now available on a mannequin. And we'll be using that quite often, I think, from now on, and going back through and placing it. But the other reasons, other than technical reasons, we don't want physicalized loot everywhere, is because loot boxes solve all the downsides of that. So you can group items together, and they're in an easily recognizable package, whereas
Nice.
a big red box, whatever, physicalized items, you can easily mistake those for static props on tables and maybe miss them. It massively speeds up the jobs of level designers and artists to kind of place these things around. You imagine placing individual pieces all over tables, making sure you've got room for them. And then it makes my job easier, because if anything changes in loot, we don't have to go back through every level and delete individual bits and pieces. I just change what's going to spawn in the box that's there. And then finally, like, it just hides respawning, the respawning of bits and pieces. Nothing pops in on tables. It just, we refresh inside the box.
It's a difficult thing to balance, because you're going to have, like as Luke says, it does make our life harder, and it can make sometimes, as Luke said, the player's life harder, but it can also make the experience better. Like when we're designing things like Stormbreaker and A Line of Mine, you think back to playing games when I was a kid, a loot room should feel like a loot room, right? Instead of me just seeing a bunch of red boxes and knowing it's a chance of rare loot, I want to see like the gold stacked up on a table. I want to walk in and I want to see a Vault shotgun or a Vault sniper rifle in a case in front of me, because it gives two things. It gives affordance to players, because when they look through the window, they see the reward that they want and they know the door's locked, and aside from you all clipping through environments, the normal flow would be then you have to go and figure out how to get through that door without breaking physics, usually. So it's kind of a sort of a toss-up between the two. So what we try to do is we try to choose what we think could be something that we'd want the player to latch onto visually and think, I want to achieve that, I want to get that. And that's why, you know, in some places we have the vault weaponry visible so people can sort of see it and get into it. And we have a few armor mannequins that are the same. I can see it, I want it, how do I get to it?
And physicalizing affords us the opportunity to make a more immersive universe. It's going to become a big part of when player housing and stuff comes online, and being able to decorate your homes and your habs and your hangars and stuff with the things that you've collected and stuff like this. It makes the job harder, but the rewards down the line are still everything that we're shooting for and stuff. So it's like anything else, like a lot of things else with Star Citizen. We didn't take the easy path, we take the harder path. But when it works and when we can do it right, it is much more rewarding. Let's move to rewards for specific efforts and basically mission rewards and stuff. Elliot, the first question actually comes from somebody who just got banned in chat. Mulix the Real asked, Elliot seems incredibly immature. Is he right to be a lead designer for important missions? He doesn't even have situational awareness right now. I'm sorry, I guess that wasn't a question.
No, but I can answer it anyway.
Are we sure that was from chat, not just from you?
Genuinely, it could have been from anyone in this office. My personal philosophy is games are meant to be fun. You gotta have fun to make fun. So I might seem a little childish, but that's because I'm having fun at what I do, and it just enables me to do a better job. God help us if making video games for people's enjoyment should not also be enjoyable to do. God help us. To the real questions here. This year has seen a major explosion in mission rewards. Was this a technical limitation that we overcame, a philosophy change in development, or was something else at play? There was a few things that kind of came into this. We needed freight elevators. That was the big thing, because it's either we do a bunch of temporary throwaway work to get rewards, or we wait and we do it properly the first time. And the big thing for this was we needed the freight elevator system, and then we got the freight elevator system, and then the next big thing was server meshing. So it was all about the mission refactor. But once we got the mission refactor done, it finally enabled us to take the time to actually make these mission rewards. So it was kind of like it was a technical limitation. We was waiting. We always wanted to do mission rewards. You know, way back when the mission feature team was still around, it was always something we talked about. Is we want to try get away from just giving people UEC, because UEC can just help you buy things, but you know, you want to kind of see some other stuff. You want to have a gun. So it was sort of like a pushing forward and an initiative to get that, but also because we knew we was going to do a year of content. What we wanted to try and do as well was have a way of incentivizing that content, not just in the aspect of, hey, it's cool, I want to play it, but hey, it's cool, and while I'm playing it, I can gather things for Wicklow that later benefit me, or I'm doing it, I found it, I picked it up, and then later on I found that Wicklow wants it. So that's where mission rewards come from. It's not going to stay with just Wicklow. We're going to keep pushing it out. We already have with both Foxwell and Headhunters. Sorry, there's a lot of missions. They give out script, obviously, and they give it directly to your home location. You know, that's something we'll see for other missions going forward.
Are there ever any considerations for how weighty or meaningful the reward should be? Like, should a mission reward inherently have more value than something you find in a box or buy in a store?
Yeah, it's a balancing act, right? Like most things, we always want to try for a mix of, here's a mission thing, it's really cool, and you can only get it via missions, because obviously then it incentivizes the mission. And then we'll have some items that you can get via a mission, or you could find as potentially a rare drop inside of loot boxes, or it's something that you can't get via mission, you can only get via loot. We try to achieve a nice mix of it all, but we always want to make sure that some items are visually distinct via the methods of getting them. This is so, say I'm walking around in my Stormbreaker uniform that I've got from Wicklow, right? And Nick Wardle, who obviously doesn't read very well and hasn't read the contract, comes up to me and goes, "Hey, I've put my glasses on and I really like the armor that you're wearing. Where do I get that from?" And then I can slowly, walk Nick through and be like, "Hey, you need to go do the Stormbreaker event. I know your reactions have degraded and have slowed down, but I'll come and help you a bit, and we'll go through it together, and I'll help you get the items you need."
Honestly, and it's something to do with experience and, the wisdom of years as opposed to youth and impetuousness.
Got a fucking few years there, ain't you, mate?
That's your third one.
Uh-oh.
So,
Yeah.
Elliot is absolutely right. And I think it's important to discuss what we mean by value, because something can have value to someone and it's nothing to do with UEC. So the mission rewards have value to people, not because they're worth UEC.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking about how much better looking you are than Elliot. So
Listen, I know it. That's the main reason I'm salty.
The other thing which is crazy is, I'm 6'2", which means I'm 3 foot taller than Elliot, which is crazy.
Go ahead.
Fuck off.
Go
That's a
over there
lie.
and stand next to him. Go, right now,
No.
Nick. Go stand next to him right now.
I swear to God, I'll break your knee.
Let's see it.
I'm kneeling. I was kneeling. It was a joke.
You weren't kneeling that much.
The Goblin confirmed live. Let's go.
Listen, Goblin Gathering isn't named after me.
I thought it was named after the Magic the Gathering card, but then I found out what it was named after, and it's a good story. Wicklow has been a major new avenue for mission and event rewards this year. Where'd that come from, and how'd that come about?
So previously, as I mentioned, we knew we wanted to do a content year, and we wanted to make some really cool things for players, but we also wanted to make sure that we gave them more reasons than this is just new content to go and engage with it. We wanted to give specific rewards that are tied to content, or tied to multiple pieces of content. That means that players, if they want these rewards, they kind of have to engage with a bunch of different ways of gameplay. It's also nice because it might show players into gameplay that they're not really used to playing. I watched a really cool podcast with people when we first released Siege of Orison, and they were saying how they was only ever ship combat flyers. They'd never done FPS in Star Citizen, and then when we did Siege of Orison, they was like, well, let's check it out. And now they do a mix because they'd engaged with content for a purpose that was different to just this is what I normally enjoy, and it encouraged them to check content out and play it more and more. So we kind of use it like that, because obviously not everyone's going to want to play the Goblin Gathering hauling missions, because they're not really interested in hauling, but they might have a reward that they want to achieve, and by that they might go, I might try this out because I could just do thousands of these to hit this, but this one is more dangerous, so it's going to give me more points towards my overall goal, so I'm going to sort of engage with it like that. As for where Wicklow came from, we're a space game. We should have aliens, and ones that actually are sentient and talk to you, even if it is broken English. So when we was thinking about it, we was like, we want some sort of figure that's collecting oddities, and it is very mysterious. And the original plan was that you wasn't going to find out that it was a Banu. We was going to have a broken sort of camera, and it was going to take you time until you discovered who they was. But then we was like, we're hiding one of the coolest things. So we was like, let's get him in there. Let's put some comms in there eventually, and have him speaking to you, and maybe even talking pure in Banu, so the people who understand Banu can understand it, and the people who don't have some subtitles to read, because yeah, it's another language. I don't understand it. I barely understand my language.
I think when it comes down to personnel who, most part, you see a lot of the devs, or let's say quite a number of devs there are what you would consider introverted, or kind of I don't want to say the word withdrawn, but they're kind of not as outgoing as Elliot. What I'm trying to say is, in a corporate setting or work environment setting, you don't want everyone basically the same. You want a blend of different personalities, because your hopes is that some of the positive personalities will rub off on the less than outgoing or extroverted personalities. So you have a mixture, so people can get different perspectives from those individuals that are different.
I'm going to have a migraine by the end of this with everybody using the internal names for things.
Wait, what did I say?
You said Goblin Gathering like 4 times.
Oh, right. Well, that's because...
It's all right. No. In my new role, I don't really care. Let's just be real.
Should we give the
New role.
Stormbreaker
What do you
name?
mean new role?
We've already done it. We've given like the last 4 names. You just haven't been paying attention.
I don't think I said Apex again.
No. That's somebody else. Somebody else said Orbigeddon, whatever. It's just you. What was I going to ask?
I thought.
What?
I thought
what
you said
did
you weren't going to do another live one, Jared, with Elliot because of all the. I thought we.
No, that was Lath. That was Lath. Just. Never mind. Love you, Lath. But never again. Okay. So what are the limitations of this system? So we know it's not precisely how we'd wanted it, and there are some peculiarities with elevators and the Wicklow favors and the RNG, which is getting addressed in 4.2.1. Walk me through what's happening now and how we're making Wicklow better in the future.
I'll break that down into 3 little bits because you mentioned a bunch. Freight elevators obviously have their issues. You know, we're not blind to it. We know about it. It is an incredibly complex system because it touches so much kinds of things. You know, it's got the whole thing that Jacob was on about before with the volumes and the fitting. You know, you can have so much stuff on that, and they're all different dimensions. Like, it's a lot of stuff to figure out. So they're actively working on it every single patch to try and make it as good of an experience as can be. But we're working on stuff as well for the Wicklow experience to make it better. So one of the big things that I know is going to help a hell of a lot is what we call like nested item turn-ins. So essentially, if you had a 1 SCU box and you put everything in that 1 SCU box, so like I put in my 50 favors and I put in like 20 medals and I put on 10 Copion Tooth and 3 pearls, I should then just be able to put that box on the freight elevator and send it down, and it accepts it and it kind of completes it like that. Now, we don't currently have that. There's a bug, like it should work, but there's a bug that's stopping it from being worked, and it's something we're actively looking to fix, and that'll improve the experience, because instead of like I say, we're not blind to it. I have to stand on that freight elevator as well and manually drop each item for a stack of 50. The problem is that we want to fix the bug, and we don't just want to make the recipes easier to account for that problem, because then it completely devalues the reward at the end. So we're working on that part of the experience. And another thing is what we call multi-location drop-off.
Okay.
This is essentially,
that needs
instead
to
of
come back.
having to go to a certain Wicklow Emporium to do the mission when it's generated, we're going to be having it so that you can accept it and turn it in at any Wicklow location. So say I need to get like 10 pearls, 10 irradiated Apex pearls, and I need to get, 4 Quasi Grazer eggs, and I need to turn them in, and station thing is closer to the pyro jump point, so I want to turn the pearls in there, and then the Quasis spawn over here, and that's close to this station, so I want to turn it there. We're going to enable it eventually so you can do that. And what will happen is if you've deposited the pearls here and then you finish the eggs off in this other location, it doesn't matter where you put it. Wherever you complete the recipe is where you'll be given the award, but you can drop them off at any location. This way you can choose exactly where you want to go and finish the mission. And when we get that tech, it won't just obviously come to Wick, it will come to a bunch of our missions where we notice this is kind of like a pain point of right, well, I have to go all the way over here now, and I don't want to. But that should help. That'll be the freight stuff. Favors are something we want to keep because they're in lore they're a representation of the Banu, because they don't write stuff down. They don't really have that history thing. If you do work for me and I'm a Banu, I won't remember that. So a favor is like a token that says, yeah, if I give you this, it means that I've done substantial amount of work for you. And then me as a Banu, I'll go, okay, right, well, I can't remember it, but because you have my favor cube, I will honor the deal, honor the agreement. But favors also act as a purpose, which is stopping your items being deleted. We have some technical limitations, obviously, in the game where a certain amount of items in one zone can cause lag, frame drop, physics to freak out, all of these kinds of things. And And what we have is this density cleanup system that eventually, when it violates a rule set, it starts cleaning them up. But because obviously we need the worth of the items, but we have the limitation of too many items in one space causes problems. Favors are also used as a conversion method. So when we ask for you to trade in 50 Karenite for one favor,
This one's for you,
like I say,
crew.
it's a conversion. Instead of asking you
Oh,
to put
fumes,
500
man.
Karenite down and 450 of them be
This is
deleted,
good stuff.
and you're like, oh, my hard work, no. If you don't get a crash or whatever else. That's why the favors exist, and they're going to continue existing because they're a really interesting piece of the lore. But the idea is that we'd be able to have more items in bulk when we can do that sort of box thing. So favors will stay, but they'll kind of morph a little bit for how we use them.
This is the static
And
version right now.
RNG.
We get more systems, so things can
RNG.
change.
This is something obviously we've looked at for 4.2.1, and we've put in some fixes that people have been playing. RNG and grinding is very typical for an MMO, and it's something obviously we want as well. We want you to put in effort, because effort means the valuation of the things you get as a reward goes up. You've put your time into it. But the point where we've changed it was that the RNG was done a lot more on the reward side. So instead of going, I want this item, and this is all the stuff I need to get for it, we would go, here's a list of a bunch of items you could possibly get if you give this stuff, which, randomizing the reward isn't as fun, because then you've got all this work done, you go for the excitement of getting the reward, and then it's like, hey, you got this, and you're like, yeah, oh, that's not what I wanted. So we've kind of changed where that is. So what we want to do is have you choose the reward you want, and then on the getting of the items is where we have the RNG, and it's something that me, Torsten Lehman on Systems Design, and the economy team, Andre and Nick, have been working on, which is defining what that is. And we've basically split it into like 3 distinct categories. You have your core content items. These are items that you are guaranteed to kind of get while playing a piece of content. So an example of core content items would be Karenite, right? You get Karenite from doing the Align and Mind flow. Codename.
All right.
Then you have your content items. These are items that are not core to the experience, but you can find and you can get. So an example of these would be the Ace Interceptor helmets. And then the ones that help us with the RNG in a big way are the rare content items. These are things that you will find less likely to find. They still can be there, but they
Random.
increase the time and help to add that sort of grind aspect to an MMO. So these are some new things, or things that already exist that we're kind of like injecting. So for example, in 4.2.1, when you play and you do I was going to say Armageddon, Align and Mind, you will find pure Karenite now in the cave. It's a new type of resource, but you're going to find a hell of a lot less of them, and you're going to notice that some of the recipes now require that. If you're doing the Stormbreaker, there's the grade AAA Radiate Pearl. That's going to be a rare content item. We've got a bunch of war badges for ship battles that you can find on the Ace pilots, but they have a chance to spawn. You can find them in Luke's loot boxes, but they have a rare chance to spawn. And this is kind of like how we're looking to keep a little bit of the RNG and keep a little bit of the grind, but you decide up front what is your reward you want. So you don't have to end up with like 50 like terrapins from Wicklow, or just because you wanted a completely different ship. Yeah. Listen, it was a long question. What do you want me to do?
No, it was great answer, Elliot.
You're playing with dolls. What are you doing?
I want to read 2
With
comments
dolls.
from the chat. First was from Saint Deacon. This was caught by the auto mod, so I want to make sure this gets out there. 9 unicorn horns, my virginity, my eldest child, and 900 hairs from a tick's butt.
What do you think, Nick? I'm good with that. You want to put that as a recipe?
How does he have his virginity?
I think that's reasonable.
and
I'm
an
not sure
eldest
which one of
child?
those is I'm not sure which one is the rare content on that one. Is it the butt ticks? I'm not sure.
Definitely not the virginity, for
But
sure.
no, he's definitely still got that one. But and then another comment from Blues Minx. I love Elliot Maltby. I could listen to him for hours. Please continue talking about what you're talking about, Elliot Maltby, and don't change the topic at all. He's being very gracious and good in the chat. All right. So our last pillar here, Declan, you've been waiting patiently and hanging out. It's your time, baby. It's your time.
This is important.
Stuff you make
This is
and
really
storing
cool.
it. Now, obviously, we're not going to go too far into crafting as we get closer to the actual implementation of
we wanna
crafting.
see
The PU.
this.
There'll be ISCs and there'll be SCLs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But because it is yet another way that people know we're going to get some stuff, I do want to touch on it here. How does all these other avenues of item acquisition affect what you're doing on crafting?
It's big. With crafting, God knows how many things we're going to inject as rewards. There's thousands of blueprints, hundreds of materials. So we really need all of this available to us so we can kind of dish it out into all various parts of the game. Some places where it's more difficult, some places where it's easier, unique resources, different systems. So it's big because the whole gathering aspect of crafting is the foundation layer. So it's kind of like the biggest, and then the pyramid refining, and then crafting at the very top. So it's big.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so all of the pieces that we've talked about so far, all of the work that Luke, Nick, Andre, Elliot is doing, all of that content is things that we'll be able to add blueprints to, add crafting materials to, and in
There you go.
loot boxes potentially even you might find some pre-crafted loot, but we'll see about that.
I know there's some conversation about separating gear and cosmetics. Deck, what can you tell us?
Yes. So I suppose most people know right now the way
Or
we have to do
uniform
cosmetics
colours.
and gear at the moment, like your armors and your guns, is a bit annoying because it's like bound to the item rather than being like a ship paint where you can swap it around. So we are looking to separate out the cosmetics from the gear, and you take it to a crafting terminal. And you're like, I want my gun to be whatever skin I have available for it, and it won't be a physicalized item either. The paint won't be physicalized. Ships eventually transitioning to not be physicalized either. The paint aspect of them. Yeah. So,
Very nice.
Yeah, and something we'll hear more about, obviously, when we get closer to
know.
the stuff. Because crafting is, still in ways in the future and whatnot. All of this stuff, and this is really the reason I've invited you here. In case I don't know if you know this or not. All this stuff, all this way of getting stuff, all this way of acquiring stuff. I got to ask you about the inventory system.
Here we go. Crew, check this.
Help,
Okay.
Declan.
Well,
help.
There is
like stuff doesn't stack right. Stuff. It's. I got to just help. What can you tell us?
We
Come
can
on,
help.
Nick, fix it.
Well, I'm personally not fixing it. However, the talented folks in Montreal are working on a rework at the moment. So
There you
I
go.
will share some concept UI of what's being worked on, and we can talk through it.
There you
Hang
go.
on. I don't
We're
use
here.
too much, so here we go. So we're looking at some concept UI here. Obviously, you can see there's a visual facelift, but kind of the most interesting aspect to me isn't super obvious straight away, and that is that you'll be able to access other inventories that are nearby to you within proximity. So if we start drawing, we imagine we've got our storage box over here, and then
What
we
nice.
kill the guy. Yeah, thank you. We kill the guy. Here he is. He's on the floor. So he would be accessible as one of the tabs up here, and then the inventory box would be over here. Same on the other side. And so when you press I to access the inventory, you can then access the dead bodies inventory, access your storage box. You can start moving stuff around without having to directly go up to the body, go up to the box, press F. So it's much quicker to kind of get in there and start looting. We'll just get rid of all this. If we focus
Very
in
nice.
on one of the panels, you can see it's called Personal All. That's just kind of the default person would be on the left, and it's all because it's showing everything that is stored upon your person at that moment. If you wanted to see what is in your backpack in particular, you have these side tabs, and then we have a search function which has been added in. If you were to click this, a search box would come out over here, and you can search the item that you want. You have your select all, your opacity, you have your filters. These filters are kind of similar to the freight elevator, where you have the drop-down box with the subcategories here. And we're working on these filters being multi-purpose. What I mean by that is, at the moment, filters, you click them once and it means I want to see these items. If you were to click them twice, it would hide that category of item. And there's a lot of people with freight elevators full of decorations they don't really care about at the time, so they can just hide all the decorations if they want to. Clear filters, sorting options. When crafting comes in, this will be big because you want to sort by quality, items here, that kind of stuff. And then tucked away in the corner is stack all, so that's a nice quality of life addition as well.
Nice.
Just a nice little addition. Just a nice little addition.
Yeah. There he is.
Anything about maybe getting to name our boxes, label our boxes?
Yes, so this is your commodity box, and then this would be like a backpack, and one of the options will be to right-click and just rename them. So you can say like, oh, this is my box with high-quality Jana lighting, whatever.
You're giving Boring Gamer, Salty Mike, and Space Tomato so much content for the next week.
Bro, we're not done. We've got tooltips and everything.
Oh my god, here he goes.
So, as you can see, looking at the inventory, everything's a square now. Instead of it being a mix of squares and long rectangles, that'll also be applied to the freight elevator, so the ship won't take up half the screen, get a lot more information available to you. We have the equipment panel, where I know I just said they weren't rectangles, these ones are, but regular weapons aren't, so I'm technically true, but also lying. You can equip your attachments super easy here. The 1, 2, 3 is basically like the slot they're in, and then again, if you were to look at your ammunition, you can see which weapon it's viable with. If we go over to the character, we have all the slots. The slots would be shown by default here, and they're contextual, so if you want to quickly see all the backpacks you have available to you, if you were to click the backpack slot, then the various inventories would filter to only show the backpacks.
Nice.
Yep, we have
a little busy, but
new tooltips, which are very nice rather than being
moving
text. We have
into
bars.
a more complex system.
Got a bit of info here. When we have crafting, then the crafting, the person who made it would replace the manufacturer. So it was crafted by whoever it was crafted by. We have taken into consideration wear and tear.
Which in turn means that's tied to reputation by the person who crafted that. There's a reputation system that's going to be on the back end attached to whatever you craft, and if you sell your wares and it gets out that, hey, so-and-so's pretty good with this, they're going to know who you are.
With integrity and durability, and I suppose you know there's more than 3 stats on a weapon, so if you were to right-click and details, you get the full view with the scroll bar, the attachments, description which can be expanded, and then if you hover onto an item of the same type, you'll see the comparison stats as well.
Oh, comparison stats. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Holy smokes. So there's a comparison stat. Holy smokes. Very nice.
You can make the icons bigger or smaller. If you are if you've got bad eyes, you can make them a bit bigger. Elliot, don't make a joke about it. The thumbnails as well, obviously there's a problem where sometimes they don't load, or sometimes they appear as holograms. That's been worked on as well. We'll get that fixed. I think that's it. It's probably not everything. There's a lot of stuff that's going on.
No, it's not everything. We haven't talked about the imprinting and the stuff with Item Recovery V2 and stuff like that. But again, we just wanted to share a bit about at least the concept for the upcoming inventory revamp for folks in the chats that are saying 2026, 2027. Possibly. I'm not gonna BS you here. It's not in active development right now. It's just in the concept phase and being spec'd out, and the work is being figured out, and then it will be scheduled and stuff like this. So I can't speak. None of us can speak about when it will be developed or be delivered rather. But that is the direction we want to go in this moment. And I thought it was super cool, and I thought it was super exciting. And at the end of a conversation about all the things you can get in the verse and how you get them, it just made sense to me to cap it off with a look at least how the future of managing that stuff.
Well, at least you'll see possibly once it's polished, they can bring that tech over to the inventory system for your freight elevators, and eventually to your inventory for your HABs or your base or your warehouse storage warehouses. So you'll get the same cohesive data set on the UI.
Will potentially look. So yeah, with that, folks, we made it. We're at the
did
end.
it, yes. Crew,
Andre,
this was for you,
Nick,
man.
Declan,
I did it for you,
Elliot, Luke,
Chat,
and
thank you.
Jacob. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. And
very much.
Shout out to Connor, who wanted to be here, but because we changed the date on him, he couldn't be here. He wanted to be here, but he's there. Thank you so much. Also, I got a shout out. So there's a thing before I let the viewers go. I got to bring it up here because I didn't look at it ahead of time.
Sir.
There is what chat was it in? Is it in your chat or my chat? There's a thing called Quantum Vegas. It's happening on Saturday, July 12th. It's a big community organized Star Citizen event like other ones like BCon in Belgium or Con42 in Germany. We're in attendance on July 12th is Sean Tracy, Sandy Roberts, Tyler Witkin, Galactica, our social media person. There's going to be panels and contests and a bunch of giveaways and a bunch of stuff that you can get. So if you're in the Vegas area or at least the Pacific Southwest and you can attend, that's on July 2nd, and you can check that out. Just search for quantumvegas.space. They had a space thing, and for details on that, and that's July 12th. As for me, that's it for this week's show. Come back next Thursday. It's a behind the ships episode dedicated to
the Meteor, RSI Meteor.
Just something I've been waiting for a long time. No, it's not the jalopy. It's something else. Just because I know people were going to think it's a jalopy, but it's been a ship that's near and dear to my heart, and it's coming to the verse real soon. So check that out next week, and then of course we'll be back. A lot of folks had questions about the new event that's currently testing on PTU. We have an ISC dedicated entirely to that and how the rewards work and how you can get all that stuff. That's coming in 2 weeks after that. So
go play it. Put some bugs in for me, please.
Oh yeah.
I need them.
Yes, but if you're on PTU now, play it. Elliot's work is terrible, and he needs as much knocking on the pipes as possible to
damn.
So all these other people can fix it.
So if it's terrible, it's not me.
It needs some playtesting. Go to the PTU.
Exactly. He didn't have his glasses on when he was doing the numbers.
I had the screen really big.
Somebody in the chat said, "Do you remember when SCL used to be professional?" And I'm like, "No." I've been here for every single one.
The summer show? Was it the summer show or the Christmas one? Which one was it, Jared?
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't talk about the anniversary show. I hope you're playing Hello Darkness, my old friend right there. Do we not have that queued up? No. All right. So that's it, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Jump onto PTU and test if you can. It helps us release these things every single month. And come back for BTS next Thursday for a pretty spaceship. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Here we go. 07s. Everyone, we did it. We made it. So there you go. Get ready. It's the weekend. It's time for the gameplay. Mining and bounty hunting. So I think for those who want to do and may not want to do one or the other, it could be a thing of it's a continuous process, and people who want to flow back and forth we'll have 2 established locations so we can traverse back and forth. So get ready. Here we go. 07s, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Much love. No more bloopers. Oh, no. They didn't bloop it. No, Ty. They didn't bloop it. Look. Wait a minute. Huh? No bloops. Wow. That was 07 coffee. Coffee. We're gonna be yes, we're gonna be gaming tomorrow, Coffee. We're gonna mine and bounty hunt at the same time. So tune in tomorrow and we're gonna do it. Yes. Come on, hang out. 07. I'm gonna get some rest, man. I've been up. Way up. All right, man. It was always a pleasure. 07s. Here we go, y'all. Let's get ready for tomorrow. We're going to be gaming big time. Get ready. We're going to be gaming. Be there, be square. Come on, have some fun.
Let's make it happen.